Fiscal Recovery Fund, American Rescue Plan Act, discussion or action regarding the eligible expenses and our funding guidelines, reporting requirements, and funding request.
So I'm Fiona Bond, Executive Director of Creative Waco, and of course this is Shane Turner, owner and operator of the Hippodrome.
All right, so we will recess until 1 o'clock tomorrow. So it's 11. All right, good morning. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 25th, 2022 at 3:10 p.m.
Thank you. And if anyone has a public comment, they can come forward now from the audience. Yes, sir.
My name is Shannon Caraway. I'm Vice President for Business Development for a company called Solar Prime. Currently, we're trying to develop another 300 megawatt solar farm and 300 megawatt battery energy storage project here in McLennan County. And it's out north of Trading House Creek Reservoir, that area there. We're preparing to submit a proposal to this body soon for a county tax abatement for the project, and just wanted to stop by ahead of time, introduce ourselves, and tell you what we're doing.
Going to D on proclamations, resolutions. We have nothing this week. Under E, under consent agenda, I have no recommended pulls. Does anyone else have a pull from the consent agenda they want to discuss? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin.
Yes, sir. Judge, if we could go to item N1, this is discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19.
These case numbers have decreased for the hospitals.
All right, Judge, do you want to accept that for recording purposes?
Yes, is there a motion to accept that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N10, presentation from Texas State Technical College regarding Central Texas Industrial Training Center.
There's a mismatch between the number of jobs that are available and the number of people that are available to fill those positions.
Move to accept for recording purposes. Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, if we could go to item N6, this is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for January 2022.
Know that we have had one project announcement for this first quarter, and that was in McGregor with Messer.
All right, if there's no questions, is there a motion to approve the chamber report for recording purposes?
Motion to approve. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
All right, we can go back up to item F, budget amendments. F1's regarding the FY22 budget. Francis?
FY22 budget amendments, starting with F1A.
Is there a motion to approve F1D through?
We will make sure it gets loaded in, the changes. Okay, because you had just adjusted some things down. I'm sorry.
It's gotta be intentional.
Yeah, because it's unthinkable. Totally unthinkable.
I know, but if you need, you know.
Recording in progress.
I completely.
Loud.
I'm sorry. It was Monday. I'm sorry. It's just, she was decreasing some things. I told you she was.
Testing, all right. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's called court to order. Today is Thursday, July 7th, 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, July 1st, 2022 at 1:40 p.m.
Thank you. All right, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have a pledge to the flags. All right, please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pledge to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Is there any members of the audience who'd like to speak to the court on business matters? All right. No one called in, is that correct, Reagan?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. All right. Going to, under item D, under budgets, budget amendments, under D1 regarding the FY23 budget. So, Francis.
Yes, sir. So had looked at a tentative schedule earlier in the week, but we shifted some things around today to make some things work better for the court. So we are going to start with Anna from HR first, then we'll move into IT. And so they'll be covering IT assessments and operating requests for next year. And that should probably fill a good portion of our morning. And then after lunch at 1:30, Ralph Wallace is going to be here to give us a presentation on our plan, where we're at, any recommendations he has. And then following that, we'll go into permanent improvement. So we'll take just a look at where we are, what money we're sitting on right now, bond proceeds and our Fund 401, and then what requests TJ has for next year. And then hopefully then sometime there at the end of the day, we'll kind of wrap up capital outlay. We have one request we haven't gone over, or will not have gone over at that time, from Constable 1. So they can give us some information there, just kind of revisit that whole list, and then we can kind of take a step back and look at where we're at right now. What the things we talk about today, how those fit in, and what the end result looks like.
Okay.
So that's the plan for today. And I will turn it over to Anna, and she can
Thank you,
begin her
Francis.
presentation.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. So I want to review a presentation with you all that shares kind of the status of the county's staffing situation and compensation situation. Let me make sure I'm able to share.
Morning. Honor is just starting. Perfect time.
There we go. So again, I'm going to just share data that applies countywide to all offices, and how I'm using that data to determine a proposal for compensation updates. The main thing now I want to focus on is our county compensation average and how it stacks up to external market compensation. So last year, I introduced a compensation ratio method that allows us to compare our compensation up against multiple benchmarks. The benchmarks are external market from workforce data, county comparison, so we have a list of our comparable counties, and then we have internal benchmarks to ensure we have parity amongst our positions. Here today, I'm highlighting our external market compensation just to measure to see how competitive our salaries are, because I think that sets the stage as to our staffing situation. So last year, our county compensation ratio average for just external market was 1.02. A perfect 1 means we're in line with that compensation on average. So we were slightly, doing better than that. This year, that average dropped to a 0.95. And I'm comparing to the same positions I compared to the previous year. So that's a substantial drop. So I feel like that is an indicator that we are becoming less competitive with external employers. Now, an important detail I want to highlight for the court about this external market data that I pull directly from Workforce, because I feel like it's the most consistent data, it's lagging behind a year. So this reference that I'm making of a 0.95 is comparing our salaries to 2020 salaries, not 2021 salaries. So I want the court to take that under consideration, that this comp ratio may very well be lower than a 0.95. So I think taking some action to try to curb that decrease may be necessary this year. Also something I'd like the court to review is the cost of living adjustment applied last year. A 3% cost of living adjustment was applied for fiscal year 2022 salaries. And the Social Security Administration, which we use as a benchmark, issued a 5.9% cost of living adjustment off of CPI data for their third quarter last year. So that was applied for this calendar year 2022. So other employers may have used that as a marker. So also a possible indicator that we may be lagging behind a bit as it relates to compensation. I don't think this one's on. I think. Sorry, let me move this one closer. Is that better? Oh, that's way better. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So that's our compensation and how it stacks up externally. Now I want to take a look at our turnover rate countywide and our employment applications and the status of that. Yes, sir.
That 0.95 experience tells you that could be worse, but there's no way to know that. In other words, but your best guess is it's not going to be better. Is that what you're saying?
I would gamble to say that it would not be better.
Okay.
Last year is when we started to see the rise in employers issue things like sign-on bonuses. And Workforce, their data is a gross wage amount, which would include a sign-on bonus. So I would think if Workforce takes that into consideration in their data, then it would be safe to say we're probably worse than a 0.95.
Okay.
So here I've done a 5-year look back for both employment applications received by the county for all positions and postings, and then I've bumped that up against our annual turnover rate for the past 5 years. So in the first blue chart, you can see our employment applications received have been on a steady decline since 2019. Basically beginning with the inception of the pandemic, we start to see a drop there. The projected 2022, that's an all-time 5-year low of applications received for the county. So a total of 2,382. That is based on our year-to-date. We're halfway through the year, so I just doubled what we've received year-to-date. And that's what we're projecting to receive for the calendar year. It's a calendar year data. For the annual turnover rate there, we're also, we're at a 5-year high for turnover. I've split off our rates just so we could see our very different, our offices with very different functions. So I have a blue line there indicating just our county-wide average for turnover. It's currently at 18%. The jail there is the orange line. That's at 24%, up from 21% a little over 5 years ago. And then we have the gray line there is our large clerical offices. So the tax office, district clerk office, and county clerk office. And so that's where we see the most significant jump in turnover. It goes from what was 8% in 2017 to now 21% projected for this year.
On all county offices, does that include the jail in that average?
Yes, sir.
If you took that out, I wonder what that would be.
Okay.
Just
Can look at
wondering. In other words, like if that's an isolated, there's different reasons over there, then pull it out and just to the rest of the county.
All county except jail?
Yes, sir.
I can look up that figure. I don't have that
Okay,
handy,
well,
but I can look that up.
Okay.
Do you have it broken out by every office and department?
I can filter through and show that in a separate table. I can email the court both the figure that judge asked for, and then I can provide a table that has just every office across the board.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I need to double check to see the, so I started compiling this data in February, so I need to see how, I know these figures I kept up to date for the presentation, but I need to go back and refresh my individual office research, and I can put that in a table so we can see all the offices compared to each other. Are there any other questions on this slide?
I would imagine that what the number would end up being is something closer to what the tax offices, and maybe not quite as bad as theirs, but just a guess.
The countywide
Yeah,
minus the
county
jail?
Minus the jail is probably somewhere around what the tax office, district clerk, county clerk is, maybe actually a little less than that, but anyhow, yes.
So I think the major takeaway here from this slide is we're struggling to keep employees and we're struggling to attract employees. So considering those main drivers that I just presented, both how competitive or maybe not so competitive we are with external market salaries and our struggle to keep and find employees, this is my recommended COLA for fiscal year 23, 11%. I'm basing this off of, again, those two factors. I'd like to curb those 5-year trends that we're seeing. I'd like to flip them, and how I've come up with this number is the cost of living adjustment for 2023 is looking at 8%. Based on the consumer price index, it's about 8.15 so far, based up until the most recent CPI released, which is May. June is not released yet. They usually release it mid-month. So here probably next week, we might see the CPI release for June. But 8%'s been trending for the last 3 months. So I'd be surprised if it was something majorly different than 8%. So 8%, and then also given that last year we gave a 3% COLA, but the federal government issued a 5.9% COLA. I've just gotten the difference from those two figures and applied it to this year's projected 8% COLA. So that's the math I did there to get behind the 11. I do have some options I want to share with the court on possible distribution methods for the COLA that differ from previous years. And the distribution methods that I'm proposing, of course, apply to any figure that the county lands on. I have split up the cost of living adjustment in a way that a portion of it is applied to budgeted salary and can continue on past a fiscal year, and a portion of it distributed through the form of a one-time immediate payment.
Could I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
And certainly, I'm not opposed to any of this right now, but, and maybe never, but are we assuming that the reason we have high turnover is salary? That's the assumption. Do we do exit interviews with everyone who leaves and ask them why they're leaving?
So we do track down the employees leaving and try to pinpoint a reason for leaving. And it's kind of split amongst better job opportunity and work-life balance. So it is not just salary. A lot of employers are now offering remote work, more flexible schedules, 4-day weeks, things like that in our environment are difficult to pull off on a countywide scale. So I wouldn't say that the only factor is salary, but for us as an employer, that's going to be the major factor that we can have a direct impact on.
We have control.
And retirement.
Retirement. Oh, yes, we have a lot of retirees. Sorry, we've had a lot of retirements. I think we had a large spike in retirements during the pandemic. I think we had folks who'd been eligible for years to retire, and given that kind of more stressful situation and environment, decided to go ahead and, hey, I can, so I will.
But that could have been an anomaly as a result of the pandemic and
Right.
over a longer period. If you look out further, that may not, it may not, but.
Right. So that's sort of the reason I'm proposing this distribution method. So there's a lot of, I guess, different circumstances occurring this year that we're not sure how long will continue. Are we still seeing the effects of the pandemic, or is this now truly inflation? Is this inflation transitory? I feel like there's a lot of questions in the air as to, why the state of staffing is the way it is. And so rather than to commit to a full, say, 11% or whatever the large figure may be, COLA, and have that apply in a more, I know the budget isn't necessarily a permanent thing, but having it apply in a more permanent way to the budget amount may not be the best way to do it. If we can apply just a one-time influx of money for employees who I know have an immediate need for it, and then wait until that 2021 compensation data comes out next year from the workforce and see how we truly stack up after whatever COLA is applied to the budget, I think would be prudent to do. So these are my three, going off on a tangent there, but these are my three distribution methods. One is just a full COLA, like has been distributed in previous years, just applying that directly to the budgeted amount, and then that's the starting point for the next fiscal year's consideration. Another method is the one I kind of already summarized, is splitting it in a way of, yes, apply a portion of it to the budget and a portion of it distributed in the form of a one-time payment to get that immediate injection of money that our employees need at the moment. I spoke with Mike, and we threw around some ideas for what to call this, because I know that's really critical to the ability to apply a one-time payment, is what we're saying this is. And so he threw out a retention payout and that really is what the goal is here, is to retain our current employees. So I have updated this slide with that term, retention payout. And so this middle column here, I've just split out the COLA in half, and 5.5 goes to budget, and 5.5% goes to the one-time retention payout. And this is what I'm calling a uniform retention payout. And so what I've done is taken just an average of all current county budgeted salaries and applied 5.5% to that average. And so all employees would get the same amount in the one-time payout. So that would amount to $2,850. The third option is very similar to the one I just reviewed, only that 5%, that 5.5% one-time payout, or whatever the percentage may be, will just be based on each individual position's salary. So I just have here as example, it's split in half. Of course, if the court is inclined to go through this distribution method that's different this year, it can be split to whatever percentage the court deems appropriate. It doesn't have to be half and half. I just have this as an example. And I want to highlight the differences between these last two payout methods, why I'm doing it kind of as a uniform payout, and why am I kind of adding that complexity. So most of our turnover is being experienced in our lower paid positions, not surprisingly. So that's our jailer positions, our clerical positions, tax off positions, front-facing positions that have our interaction with our customers, that were most affected by the pandemic, because they have to be face-to-face with the public as a part of their essential functions. So these positions are often the most lower paid of the county. And in the uniform retention payout, they would receive more money if we did it as an average of county salaries. I'm hoping that investment in that way would see a better return on that investment in the form of lower turnover, employees feeling valued, increase employee morale, and maybe they stick around longer. The
amount of money is the same, but the percentage of their salary is higher. That's what you're saying? If it's a one-time payout of $2,850 to everyone, then based on your salary, somebody whose salary is lower, it's a larger percent of their salary, and then as you progress up, it's less.
Exactly.
But the payout's the same.
Exactly. So I can give the example of the jailer base pay. It's $42,983, I believe. And so if we applied, say, 5% and calculated that amount and issued a one-time payment for them, their payment would be closer to $2,300 and some change. Where in this method for uniform payout, they'd get about $400 more. I know that can change if the jailer salary changes.
I want to ask you a question, because I'm trying to get to uniform payout as opposed to leveling the COLA flat for employees. So I want you to explain something that you said earlier. When I think of a COLA, if you're saying that 11% is what they need to get them right with the cost of living, then next year, if I give them 5.5 this year, next year, when we're doing an adjustment for the cost of living, it looks like they're underwater by the 5.5%. So what you said, I need you to explain, because you said the reason this would be a valid alternative to give them a one-time payout is that you're not really sure what next year's COLA would be, or did I hear it right? There's a uncertainty or ambiguity in the COLA. So if we did give them a payout, we don't necessarily have them underwater next year. Because I'm trying to figure out how do we keep them whole. The whole point of a COLA is to keep people up with the cost of living.
So that's a very good point that you bring up. And so it is a possibility that we could be way behind.
But the 11% was based on a portion of it catching us up from last year, where there was a 5.9 and we only gave a 3. So a portion of it is catching them up from last year, and then the rest of it is equal to what they're estimating the cost of living increase to be this year, the 8 point something.
Right.
So the 11 equals both of those numbers.
Not if you give them 5.5.
Exactly. So we could do essentially what we're attempting to do now, and considering last year's COLA and a possible need for catch-up, we could do that same thing next year when COLA is under consideration. I think that's why I want to wait for next year, because again, we don't have 2021 data, so we don't know how either competitive or not competitive our salary. We're assuming that it's not competitive. But if we actually have those figures in front of us, we could see how much of this year's COLA we really do need to catch up on to try to do a countywide increase. And I know I'm kind of converging cost of living with our competitiveness in the salary, and that really needs to be determined by other salaries and not necessarily the consumer price index. But I feel like ultimately it results in the final budget amount for the employee. And so I think if the goal is to retain and attract employees, as long as that figure is whole, whether we're basing it off of CPI or our comparable salary, I think the result will be what we need it to be. Does that help?
It does, because I was trying, you made that statement earlier, so I was trying to reconcile.
Yes.
So how one-time payment still keeps them whole is because we're not really sure how far behind we are. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly, and
Okay.
I think we haven't had a previous marker of, what was the result of that cost of living adjustment really in a number figure? What was last year's COLA's result this year? What does it look like? And I think that isolation of that external market ratio really shows us that result. I'm hoping the more years I'm applying this compensation method, we can see a trend there of, how we fluctuate with that ratio to see what the result of last year's budget actions, what we're seeing it, I guess, how it's coming to develop in the following year.
Okay, you're slowly getting me there, so now I'm gonna listen to your distribution options.
That's my summary there for the distribution options.
But I would argue that you could, if you wanted to do simply a catch-up from last year, you could do 2.9, which would make us catch up to last year, and the remainder of the 11 would be the actual cost of living adjustment
Applied to budget?
by the budget. Yeah, so all we're doing is capturing a little bit more of that up front, but the end result is the same. The 11% total gives us that 2.9 catch-up plus the 8 point whatever COLA that they're estimating for this year.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the bottom line is the 5.5% COLA is the only thing that's catching us up.
Yeah.
The payout's not. So next year, you don't have a clue whether it did good, what the inflationary numbers are. Yeah. it's tough because you were saying it's $300 difference roughly for the average jailer out there. And I would think for that to be impactful to them, you probably would want to see more than that. $300. So I see where you're coming from, but at the same time, when you break it out and look at the numbers, is it best to put a final number in and go forward with it, knowing that we truly did catch up on some inflationary issues? Or do we half it, give the other piece out in some form of a payment, and then next year we could be, and we could be further behind, we could be a little more ahead than what we think. It's a tough call. Significant money.
God, I'm not the one that has to make. Sorry. It is. It's a lot of information to absorb and
I know the feds are wanting to slow the economy down. And they're wanting to slow it down with increasing interest rates and so forth. And I think they're going to be very aggressive with that. I think the next quarter we'll know a little bit more if we see another bump or substantial bump, and then see if the economy does have a slowdown. So I know we can't wait that long, but we may have a better picture, at least in one more quarter.
right, and we see things in the news, and those are nationwide kind of events occurring with the Federal Reserve and whatnot. And so my hesitation in going with those nationwide trends is we don't know how our bubble will be affected. And our workforce data, market data, is our bubble data. And I think as long as the whole number is decided on, and I think it just changes our math for the following year as to what calculation we need to do to be sure our salaries aren't caught up. Whether we pay it now completely and apply it to budget, or next year, kind of whatever wasn't applied, as long as we remember to take that into consideration and see.
But this does give our employees some current relief on what's happened.
I don't think we can pay the cash deal from October 1 though. So
Right, this plan is for fiscal year 23.
that's as immediate as we can get from that standpoint.
For fiscal year what?
Can't
What
pay
did you-
until October 1.
Yeah.
What did you say on it?
Oh, you
It's
can't
for
pay it
fiscal
now?
year
You
what,
gotta wait till
2023?
Yes, this plan
Yeah.
is to be effective
Best of
fiscal
mine.
year 23.
You know, I think you're gonna get a good read on the economy tomorrow with the jobs number. There's a jobs number.
Yeah.
They're coming out tomorrow. I think you'll see, I think there'll be a few markers that come out while we're in here, to be able to.
Yeah, right. We're making these decisions during what might be the darkest hours, but it may be things improving. I like the split out. I'm not saying, 5.5, or whatever. That way, next year, we can have an opportunity to judge or evaluate our judgment and right size it one way or the other. I don't particularly like the fact that we're identifying a specific area that there's a problem, and we're fixing it with taking something away from another area that's not a problem. In other words, the long-term employees, the ones that's been here, the ones that's worked hard to get skill levels and those kind of things. So by taking this average, you're punishing them to fix a specific group, which is not unlike what's going on at the jail, that we've isolated that the jailers are a problem. And so I would think that you need to, if we want to address those one-year employees, those lower paid, or the jailers or whatever, we look at that as a specific problem and we address it with a specific judgment, budget judgment. But I don't like the fact that someone that's been here 20 years and had an opportunity to move her up the salary range or have a higher skill, for us to be giving them less, they're financially punished to solve this problem. That they're the opposite of the problem. They're the loyal employees that's been here and working. So like, generally like the solution, but the fine tuning, in my mind, needs to be looked at. Whenever we start taking that approach, and no disrespect to you or anybody else, it's a little bit of a socialistic approach to solve the problem. In other words, take from one, give to another. And so I think we need to look at them differently, in my opinion.
I want to ask a question. I agree. I agree with long-term employees. What do we do for those long-term employees, but they're not in those top-paying positions? Talking about clerks. One thing we did do, I know we don't have anybody making less than $30,000 a year, because everybody's making $15 an hour. But what do we do for the lower paid people who have been here? Because I'm just kind of amening in the choir to what the judge is saying. You want long-term employees who've been dedicated and loyal to the county to feel appreciated. And so you don't want to come in and do the big hoorah on trying to recruit people, or in trying to appease people who have been here less than a year and are looking to go somewhere else. Because there are people who have just stuck it out with us. But they're at the low part of the pay scale.
I don't have an exact figure on the top, but I know we do have a lot of long tenured employees who make below that average of $51,809. Just off the top of my head, I know our court administrative assistants, I think their salary is 47 and some change, and so I know there are ladies in those positions who have been in those roles for quite a while. As just an example, but I don't have an exact figure of, what's the average tenure for our folks that earn less than the average of $51,809.
I know I've got truck drivers who make in the low 40s. I've got some positions, they're empty though. So we can talk about recruitment, but I've got, our heavy truck drivers, I think in the upper 30s. So I agree. We don't need to, run in behind a problem without doing all the analysis as far as new employees and recruitment. But we do have to take care of people who've been here for a while, but they're at the low part of they're on the low balance of the pay scale.
Well, we can take a different part of the budget. Doesn't have anything to do with calculating the salaries. We take, just like we're looking at the jailers, what is the figure? What is that minimum amount of benefit we want for that entry-level group? And, let's say enough to make a difference, like, a couple $1,000 or $2,500 or something like that.
It'll be
It'll be a supplemental budget to that particular.
I think early on, said we need to separate salary considerations and COLA considerations. That we shouldn't mix the two right now. Is that the message I got from you early on? That's two different issues. If somebody's salary isn't where it needs to be versus a cost of living increase or adjustment.
Yes. Those are two different
areas to address.
Right.
And we shouldn't try to address a certain salary level with cost of living increase.
By taking half of it and giving a fair amount to everybody, because that defeats the purpose of a COLA.
Say again, Commissioner?
To take half of it and to divide it equally and give it to everybody defeats the purpose of a COLA.
I hear what you're saying. Right. I want to make a clarification. I'm not talking about salaries that we need to look at because they need to be changed. They are earning what, according to their position, they should be earning. It just happens to be low. Right. That's the person I'm talking about. I'm not talking about somebody we need to look at changing their salary. Okay.
Thank you.
You're talking about if their range is.
Yeah, they just happen to be there, but that's where they're supposed to be. Yeah. But I did hear your point.
Mr. Smith, I'm not talking about changing the salary. I'm talking about changing, the COLA would change the salary, but any one-time payment, it's a one-time payment. It does not bring the salary up. It's to fix a short-term problem.
And that's what you're talking about.
So,
Okay,
I've been in a profession where those who were early on in the profession it was a step level salary. And those who were early on got a larger step than those on the other end. And there was always some animosity regarding that, but I think it was based on historical data of this early end, the first 5 years is when they exited the profession. So those steps, even though their salaries were lower, percentage-wise were bigger increases based on the fact that you lost them totally out of the profession.
Completely.
So it was I think it was set up to try to keep people in the profession.
I'm just happy to hear a payout is being considered for current employees. However the method is decided, I'm happy it's being considered. I know other employers, I've shared with each of you, other employers are kind of shooting for sign-on bonuses and attracting new employees, and you know, that may work. I don't have any data on how effective that is as of yet.
That's a key thing, because if we're gonna adopt something, we're gonna wanna know that it's gonna work. And I understand it's a lot of this trend. I mean, there's been sign-on bonuses for a long time. But not like to the extent that it is now, where sign-on bonuses for basic positions and those kind of things. I wish we had more data. I did talk to City of Waco about their success, and of course they've just started, but they've had what they think is minimal success with a big sign-on. This is for law enforcement, 15,000. They did get a few lateral moves. In other words, they already had the training, and they just moved across. But
recruiting new people.
They were offering $15,000 bonus?
yeah, and it's paid out over a schedule. They have to hit certain criteria to do that, but generally in about 18 months, they've got it.
And I think you were saying, Judge, it's been somewhat successful with people that have a large amount of experience, but bringing new people into the fold.
Yeah, that one's the hardest, because
Yeah.
they're taking the chance of going through the schools and those kind of things, and they're not gonna get that bonus. They gotta really want to have a passion to be law enforcement, because if they're just looking for a job and a bonus, they gotta be worried about whether they can actually be a law enforcement. Can they pass all that stuff? And so,
And I think sign-on bonuses have been a tool employers use, but I've not seen it at this amount for government offices or
Right.
for law enforcement offices.
Right.
And
I
so
agree.
that's where I feel like there's not data just yet. And then in order for a sign-on bonus really to attract and be effective and be something that you want to advertise, typically does have to be a large figure with a lot of zeros behind it.
Big carrot, has to be a big carrot.
Right. And so.
Private industry's doing that left and right now.
Right. And so putting something like that out there and not addressing first our current employees who have stuck with the county wouldn't be my first choice. So again, that's why I'm really happy to hear that these payout options for current employees are being considered. I've now forgotten what my next slide is. Okay, so did anybody have any other questions on the previous slide, or?
no, just one comment in regards to Commissioner Miller's concern about folks that are in the lower salary range, but you know, what's gonna keep them, but they've been here a while, what's gonna keep them there? And I think that's why when we get to talking about benefits and those kind of things, those are the sticky products to hold an employee here generally. They gotta be thinking, you know, when they get to the maturity of thought, that they really look at, you know, retirement as something that's on their mind, even though it may be 15 years from now. They're gonna be looking at the value of those benefits. And so when we get into that, that's one thing I don't want to forget about is, you know, to keep those sticky products attractive and for retention on these people. I have a feeling in this turnover rate that there were a lot of retirees that, you know, because of the pandemic and all, found out they're having to help a child or whatever keep their kids or keep parents, and they just said, you know, this is a time that I need to go ahead and pull the trigger on retiring and then be able to help the rest of the family. So it's a phenomenon that happened that's hopefully doesn't happen again for a while.
Hopefully.
But, you know, they took advantage of those good benefits that we had.
Right.
Your second deal here, that was the uniform payout.
Yes.
Am I correct in saying that the way it's structured there, it would percentage-wise benefit more those people below 51,809 than it would those people above 51,809?
Correct.
So I'm curious how many people total we have below 51,809 that would benefit more than those above 51,809.
And that's an easy figure to pull. I think Holly's on. Holly, if you can help me pull that number, just employee count
you can send
below and above that.
You can send it to us.
Haley can send you some.
Okay.
If you need help, just holler.
Thank you. If she texts that figure, I'll just share it.
That's fine. Move on.
So I went through the cost of living figures and options, but that I think is one piece of an overall package I want to prepare for the court of benefits for employees. So we've gone over kind of, you know, what possible things we can do to make salaries more competitive. And here in that first section, we've kind of worked through the cost of living adjustment. So the next bullet point I have in that section is also considering a delay for any possible contribution increase to retirement in order to maximize the impact of whatever cost of living adjustment is elected by the court. I know last year, the contribution from employees into their retirement increased from 5% to 6%. So some of the feedback that I got from employees was they really felt like rather than a 3% COLA, they only saw the effects of a 2% COLA.
Correct.
I know they do still get that 1%. It's just in the form of retirement, which is a great benefit. It's our best benefit. But I think given this year's very unique situation, I think the employees would appreciate more so just the entire impact of a full COLA. Although I personally would like an increase in the contribution. So if that can be considered maybe in the following year to bring it back, I think it was at one point 7%.
It's the max.
That's the max.
Don't you think, though, that's probably split along the same lines again, as we're sitting here talking about how much money we give the employees under 51 and over 50? It's gonna be the same for this. If you've been here any period of time and you're making over 50, you want that going into your retirement.
Right.
So it's gonna be a tough call. Either way, there's gonna be folks that aren't gonna be happy with, depending on what side of the fault line, so to speak, you're on.
Sure.
And I bet that these younger employees that we're trying to attract are gonna look at a defined benefit plan and go, what? You know, I mean, what is that? I mean, they're so used to hearing about 401k and things like that. I would assume that would be lower down on the satisfaction ratio, on the satisfaction.
Yeah,
But
but
if
I've
you're-
been in 401k for a long time, and defined benefit, all of a sudden,
Yeah, right now.
considering the market, we're dropping 30%.
Yeah, but
Looks a hell of a lot better.
But if you,
Got that right.
if you got a long-term perspective though.
Yeah,
you know,
and which they should.
nobody does anymore.
But the young people should have it.
Right, they should, but they don't.
It's kind of like the tail wagging the dog. And I say that because when I went into the workforce at 25 for Waco ISD, my package was my package. It wasn't until I left that I was appreciative of what that package was. So I think as the court and as the employer, you look at retirement as a benefit we know they will appreciate down the road, should they stay. And when I look at strengthening benefits, I'm strengthening benefits for that employee that is going to stay. I'm not doing benefits for an employee that's going to come and go in 6 months or a year. I'm really looking at that long-term employee. And so I got some calls on that. Oh, we really just got a 2% COLA because you took out 1%, you put it in retirement. I said, yeah, I put it in your savings account. I didn't put it in my savings account. So
I had that conversation a few times too. Yeah.
So, and I think that's how we have to look at it, that they may not understand it, coming into the workforce really young, but they will appreciate it in the long term. And I think I'm responsible for how it looks in the long term, in the long game.
That's fair. I have just a few surveys from job market applicants and kind of what their major factors are for considering an employer, and one of them is flexibility and time off. Retirement didn't make the top 3. But I think the applicant pool now is a younger applicant pool, and so that, is not a surprise. And it is something that we try to train on with all new hires through orientation. Stacy and Lindsay, our benefits folks, they spend quite a bit of time trying to explain what our package is for retirement and what the long-term effects of staying with the county are in the form of monthly annuities or monthly payments that they get for life if they reach retirement eligibility. And so that's a training opportunity we try to take with every group of new hires so that they really understand what they're sitting on if they stay with us for the long haul. Because it does take some training, because I don't think it's on the forefront of applicants' minds.
Anna, is there anything out there, because this conversation we're having, I had a conversation with a 31-year-old here a while back, and it was interesting because first off, they didn't call me by my name, they called me Boomer. And they said, but all you guys worry about is your 401ks. We don't. And so it's very true that you do have a generation coming up that the importance isn't there. Do you see anyone that's coming out now with different hiring packages? If someone that's driven for the future and for retirement, you've got one. If you've got someone that's not as driven for that, is there another package? Is there anybody looking at doing that right now to attract new talent?
No, but I've not done the research looking specifically for that to see if there are tailored packages that a person can elect from. I know that that's a thing related to health insurance, but I've not seen that related to retirement. But again, I haven't researched, so that may be something that is in existence or is starting to trend upward, but I just don't know. I don't have the information for that.
We've got a generation that's wired a little differently, and we're certainly not playing into their strengths. And is that something that we need to consider?
That's a good idea. Some of them are transitioning in their thought. I thought about my granddaughter, the one that was in law school. One day she was down visiting. We were at breakfast, and she goes, "This was her first job." While she was in law school, she goes, "And who is this FICA?" I said, "Yeah, you got to pay FICA."
Who am I paying?
But now that she has finished law school and passed the bar, she's working in her field in Dallas. I got a call from her. She says, "Kind of give me some direction on 401ks." So I think as they get adjusted into the workforce, they get a little better.
Changes.
Yeah, but they do start out a little tough on us.
What is we're at 6 right now on the employee contribution, and we match up to what?
250.
2.5.
2.5, yes.
regardless of how high we raise it? If we if we raised it to 6 to 8, we'd match 2.5.
Seven's the piece.
Seven's max.
Seven's max.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. So 7 is max. So we raise it to 7, that's more money we'll be obligated for. So before we get into that, I'd like to know how that translates into dollars and cents before we decide that would be something we'd want to do. Because we're already talking about a cost of living increase that's going to drive the salaries, which is going to drive the 6% of that, which is going to drive our 2.5, that's already going to translate into additional dollars. So while we're looking to be good stewards of our dollars, I would want to know how that translates into pennies.
Jim, just a ballpark on that, when we went from 7 to 5 because of financial issues, it was $1.5 million per point at that time. And I
Cost
think-
us.
Yes.
Or
So
saved us.
So we saved $3 million.
Okay.
And it,
But what we did as well is we encouraged them to take that same amount of money and put it in a deferred comp plan. So they're still building for their future, it's just in a different vehicle.
and it's gonna, we can run that scenario, we can get on the TCDRS side, and of course Ralph will be here this afternoon too, but it affects that rate that you're putting in. So the way our retirement plan is set up now with the 6%, the 250 match, all of those things, I think our new retirement rate will be 13.27% starting January 1st of 2023. So you're paying 13.27% on all of your payroll into TCRS for that year. And so like you said, you change those, you up it to 7%, it's gonna affect that rate, and lots of actuarial evaluation figures in there that work through that program. But then, you have to look at how that affects you over the next 20 years. It'll predict what that rate will
For
change.
instance, and that's down, the percent is down a little bit from last year, wasn't it? I think we were over 13 last year.
Yeah, it was 14,
14.
14.2, I think, somewhere around there. So yes, as we pay off the debt on that plan, it depends on the market, it depends on 14.7 was last year, or what we're paying currently.
What was our buy down? How much did we buy down the debt last year?
I believe it was 2 million. 2 million. Oh, thank you, Heather.
I didn't mean to.
No, that's fine.
Right,
I know, I
I
understand.
just know that trigger a lot of.
It does. I know there's a lot of math and calculations behind the possibility of increasing the contribution. And I do want to point out, we did ask our comparable counties how their TCDRS is structured. And so most other counties have it at the 7% of our comparable group, but they only match at 200. Where we're matching at 250, there is one other county that also matches at 250, and they're also at a 6% contribution like we are. So I think we're comparable to our county counterparts, although I'm not a finance or actuary, so I don't know what that means long-term and what the result is for that employee with that difference in matching for us, and whether one is more significant for the employee than the other. So while we're transitioning, I do have the figures. Thank you, Francis. So Francis and Haley helped me with the previous question left unanswered about how many positions are lower than that average 51,000. And so position-wise, all position-wise, 730 of our positions are under that average amount. And then Holly pulled the actual employee count. So 606 employees are below that 51,809, and 369 employees are above the 51,809.
Say it again? I'm sorry.
What was the number below?
369.
No, that was above.
I'm sorry, 606 were below, and 369 above.
Okay.
So my second column here, the immediate relief, again, that one-time retention payout. I'm also throwing out the possibility of paying out all comp time balances that we have on the books. And then moving toward an annual payout of comp time. So any comp time earned within a fiscal year, encourage use of it, and anything unused gets paid out within the same fiscal year. That's another kind of way to just have this injection of money for employees, and then also solves another reoccurring issue of vacancies having to be left unfilled for a while unless court allows overlap of folks or of pay in a position. So I know that's been an item, so I thought that was a way to address it. And then that comp time payout proposal that I have of making that an annual payment or payout of time earned is one component of an overall leave policy overhaul that we have in draft mode at the moment. So that goes into our flexibility column. And again, my basis for this is, of course, it's some research back to that survey of what employees are looking for, what's important to them, and its flexibility and time, generous time off. So we have crafted a policy draft converting our sick and vacation leave to PTO.
Paid time off.
Paid time off. Currently, our sick leave, employees can accrue up to 480 hours of sick leave, but it has very strict requirements and a very narrow scope of when that can really be used. So you have to be ill, or a family member has to be ill, or it has to be related to medical appointments or needs in order to access that, or have your elected official be able to put that on a timesheet for you. Paid time off is just a general title for that balance you'll be able to use for whatever purpose. We currently have a total of 200 vacation hours that we can accrue. My proposal includes a maximum accrual of 240 PTO hours, with any overages rolling into a family medical leave bank. And so that means in that family medical leave bank will accrue to a maximum of 480 hours, which can account for an entire family medical leave if needed. So family medical leave is 12 weeks, up to 12 weeks if deemed necessary by a medical provider. And so if somebody saved enough for that, they would have their family medical leave paid with their accrued time rolling over into that bank.
Which under normal circumstances, FEMLA is not paid. But this would be a benefit to employees.
Currently, family medical leave is only paid if the employee has those accruals.
As accruals.
Between sick and vacation. And now it's just going to be structured a little differently. More general time, the employee will have a bigger bucket of that. And so if they apply for family medical leave and are approved, they have this separate bank, and that will be the primary that they will use of accrued time versus having to dip into their PTO bank. So it amounts to 6 weeks that they can accrue in flex time. And so we may see a decrease in employees calling in sick just to be able to access their 480 possible hours of sick leave that's currently in place. So I have that in draft mode. Mike has helped us review that, so we think it's compliant. And now Francis and Jessica are helping us review that. Jessica actually already emailed me notes on it. That was really fast. So we'll be reviewing her notes on that, because I know she really helps audit our leave administration and practices. So she's the eyes that I really want on the policy to see how we can make it work better for everyone. So that's my overall proposal for things or actions we can take to try to have a more attractive compensation package for.
And you've run numbers on cost on some of these?
Yes, I
Is
have.
is the conversion to PTO pretty cost neutral?
Yes, to PTO, it is.
They cost you.
There's a slight cost because from our last sick leave transition, there was a payout option for folks over the new maximum. And so they could either buy out their amount or have that time saved. So there was actually an additional bank created for those few, that few population that had that large amount of hours, and they have a sick excess bank currently in place. So anybody that has time over 720 hours, my proposal would say to pay that out, and I think it's $34,000 to $35,000 in costs to pay that amount out. But outside of that, it's really just redefining the current hours employees have and rolling it over a new defined bank. So there wouldn't be, other than that amount, there wouldn't be an upfront cost. Now, there is an additional cost if the court does to decide to adopt an annual payout of comp time. There is a more immediate substantial cost to that. It's almost $500,000 or a little over $500,000 to pay out all comp time balances in the initial year.
If you did it one-time payout.
A one-time payout, and then moving forward, it would be substantially less than that. Our estimate based on year-to-date earned for comp time, it's more about $65,000 for that comp time policy change. That'll be an annual cost, and then plus any, that's based off this year's salary. Of course, next year's salaries being different would affect the cost of the annual payout.
Well, maintaining comp time like we do now, it's just over a period of time going to cost more and more money to the county because they earn the comp time at this rate. We're paying them when they choose to take their comp time and leave or whatever at this rate. So there's a substantial cost in there, isn't there?
Right, several rank, you could have gotten it as a deputy, and then when you exercised your right to use it, you're a lieutenant.
Exactly, yeah.
And then whatever cost of living adjustments applied between the earning and the use of it
Amen.
would also apply.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've worked under the PTO. I think what it does, it keeps, for lack of a better way of saying it, keeps you from being dishonest when you call in and you want off and you're not sick.
As I told.
I don't know how else to say it.
You're saying it right. As I told Anna, anytime we have a policy that takes normally honest people into a little white lie, we need to change the policy.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is, there's so much privacy that employees deserve regarding not only health, but personal issues that they shouldn't have to explain to any one person, which many times gets shared with many other persons. I worked on PTO, actually both, but it was the best. And it's, for a manager, it's really a lot easier on managing a group of people as well.
I agree. And I too have worked under both, and PTO was like cleaner.
Yeah, the question is, how big do you make it? How much, how conservative or liberal you make the days that are available there to you, so.
Right, the goal is to give employees more flexibility, but I mean, we can put a large number there, but it's really only going to be as useful as useful a tool as the official who's administering it makes it. So if that effort is made to allot that time off for employees, then it could be a very useful tool. But I know everyone's short-staffed right now, so that's a hard ask to make of supervisors and but we want to keep those employees that we do have happy. So hopefully we can find that balance of providing more flexibility in some way or another. And yes, I'm glad you bring up medical privacy, because taking away that sick leave policy does mean a supervisor is not needing to ask so many questions of an employee to ensure that they do qualify for sick leave use. And so I think that's also a positive there.
And I agree with you on getting rid of buying out all the comp time this year, because we know we have issues at the jail with any, and they're not, they're not gonna be able to use it. And so I'm sure they would appreciate a check to clear that up, and I highly support that.
Well, and I'm the newbie, but since I've been here, we've never denied someone hiring on now when somebody had comp time. So, I mean, that policy, like what you're talking about, if it's not working, why do we have it?
Well, it pushes a person, a salary over the budget max for that position is what.
Yeah.
And so most of the time, yes, like, you approve those exceptions, and then there is budget to it. There's budget to cover that, so.
Yeah, like if that department had many vacancies, there's that
Usually the
money.
people
I understand that, but we're still creating exceptions to the policy every time
It's just exceeding the max for that position in 1 year, because part of the budget is putting the max amount as part of the budget document is what's gonna be paid out for that one position, so.
Well, yeah,
That's
so
where that came about.
Well, I was gonna just say that when we do that, it's mostly in long tenured employees who have retired.
so it's significant.
So it's significant, and then they're also in positions that are, kind of are important that need to be filled.
And oftentimes it's positions that struggle to find time to take off. And so if it is accrued, right, they might not ever see the ability to use that.
And what percentage, it's gotta be 90% of our comp time's gotta be within our SO and the jail.
Not so much the jail, because our jailers earn
Get overtime now,
get their overtime. It would be we have sheriff's office, maintenance of buildings, has balances as well, because I know they have shortages in staffing and overnight needs that they have to be on call for. IT, on call, basically offices that are on call and have to help the county run, overnight. Those are our offices that are seeing that. So to be able to pay those essential employees that money sooner rather than later would be, I think, helpful.
And then not get back in that position again.
And we need to wipe that off the book. Yeah, we do.
Okay. So that's my overall package with leave. If nobody else has any questions, I'll continue. I'm almost done with this overall. Everything else is really just the data behind the proposal that we just went through. So I just wanted to show the figures of how I came up with that calculation for COLA. This is the same
Where
calculation I applied. I'm going into now my COLA projection
is that
section.
a different booklet?
It is, my COLA projection.
Okay.
So
And this is the
you're
same.
not done, is what you're saying.
I know. I'm almost done, and then we can move into, again, this is just like the backup data for it that I wanted to share.
Which one?
Whenever I need to speed things up, please let me know, because I know I speak really
That was a long time ago.
slowly.
It's just a bad sign if we have to have a break right in the middle of somebody's presentation.
I don't mind taking a break.
No, go ahead.
So these are the actual CPI figures. CPIW is what we use. So these are those averages for the 3 month, the first quarter, 3 month period, and then running total for fiscal year to date. So those are the percentages we're seeing down there. And my source there for the Bureau of Labor Statistics. These are some news sources and what they are guessing the cost of living could be announced. And so This is just an overview of our benefits that we have for employees in addition to what I've already reviewed. So we have our incentive pay package here. I didn't get an opportunity to update it based on my example that I give for a 5% tacked on to budget salaries, but this is a more or less a cost estimate. And it's typically always been less than the budgeted amount because there's positions that don't end up qualifying for incentive pay. So it usually always comes in lower than that. So for example, we have the 2022 cost for incentive pay, the actual cost at $387,000 there. And then in the table below, I have my benefits comparison and how we stack up both to nationwide, state and local government benefits for health and retirement, and then how we stack up with private employer. And whereas my market compensation data lagged behind a year, this information is current. So this information is a better comparison for how we stack up for both health and retirement. There, and I feel like for these items here, we're fairly competitive. So it's a different situation than our compensation. This is an overview of the PTO program. Again, kind of what I've already stated, switching over to 240 hours of PTO. You can accrue in a year up to 4.5 weeks of time off is the amount that you can accrue if you work full-time in a position. That's what you could be eligible for if you work the full hours. So it's a very rapid accrual rate. That can be adjusted, as can the maximum, just depending on what the court would like. The mechanics of it are already outlined in policy. It's just going and finding, replacing the numbers if that's what if the court does want to move forward with the PTO program. And then I already went over kind of the estimated total for those conversions, both for just PTO alone and the comp time payout. That's the exact figure there of $524,037 dollars, and that's just purely for the wage per hour. So it wouldn't include any of those additional costs that I would need Francis's help to calculate and figure out. So now I can go into personnel requests, which I'd imagine can also be a long conversation. And I'm actually, like I said at the beginning, I want to go through this using the auditor's nifty spreadsheet. And I can start now, or?
Yeah, I tell you what, this might be a good time to go ahead and take that break, and then we can come back and talk about that.
Okay.
In regards to what she laid out on information on COLA and all that, just everybody, I think we can kind of park that in our brain for a little while and be thinking about that, and then anybody that wants to come forward with a proposal or whatever later on, we can do that. But so it's let's take a 10-minute break.
Recording in progress.
Okay, let's call court back into session. All right, Anna?
Yes, so I'm gonna share my screen again. And so now that we've kind of done an overview of countywide compensation, I wanted to go through and review the individual personnel requests that have been received by the auditor's office and HR's assessment on each of those requests. Let's see. I'm trying to fit as much information in the screen as possible. I think that's probably it. There we go. Let me try to magnify that.
Pleasure.
Why my mouse is disappearing.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good. 7.
Okay. Sorry, everyone, my mouse cursor is invisible now, so can't see. Do you see how it just disappears? Well, it's even my laptop mouse and my Bluetooth mouse. Oh goodness.
We'll have to call in for a ticket.
I know. Tim, do you know what could be causing this? My cursor to disappear?
Unsure. Sabotage. Which one of y'all did that?
I would like to share or stop sharing, but
Which one was it?
this one right here. Wasn't doing that in the PowerPoint.
Haley was saying last week she had to change this
I'm gonna have to.
in Zoom. I like Google. No, I like Google. And if you want to use my laptop, if it's something specific with the laptop too, let me know.
I'm gonna jump right back to this real quick, if that's okay.
Okay.
I wanna see. Okay, so that's something with Excel. You sure? There you go.
Thank you, Tim. So here, what I know, I had provided a summary of the requests to each court member, kind of in a PowerPoint version, but I'd like to use the spreadsheet that way. Depending on what you would like to see first, I can filter for for those and isolate those, whatever group you want to focus on. Thought this would be a better way to do that. So what I have here is any change to position that Haley's compiled here, and it shows the decrease or increase to the amount, and then the corresponding compensation ratio, average compensation ratio tied to the position currently. And then should a request be approved, it shows the ending comp ratio, what effect that change would have on it. And then I have a comment here on kind of what I have. Which of these requests I do have data to support, and so I've kind of just noted those as HR recommends. And then if I don't have data that helps support the request, or maybe not sufficient data, or it's not a position that's maybe urgently in need compared to other positions, I put HR does not recommend. So there's a few ways we can go about tackling this. We can do it by department. We can just break it down by, this is what HR recommends, and kind of this is what HR doesn't recommend. So how would the court like to see these requests?
What do you think about go by department?
By department, okay.
What are these right here that you've given us? How are they broken out, the ones that we can see right here?
I broke it out by HR recommends, and then the next slide is HR does not recommend.
Okay, so the first page is recommends. And is it by department? It's by department, isn't it? County sheriff, county health, elections?
Some are. I think I
like that. I can see it.
I'll just do it that way.
I can see it at least, is what I'm thinking. It's hard to read that up on that board.
let me see if I can.
For those that are at a distance.
Let me filter by our first department.
And put them by departments. I can find them on here. That's fine. I can find them on my sheet, as long as they're on this page right here.
They are.
Okay, well, that's fine. Do it by departments then, yeah.
But let me try to make this bigger. So here we have the 170th District Court. I have here a request to increase both salaries for positions 416 and 1204, a court admin and a court admin assistant, the pro se position. There's a request to increase the salaries by $2,697 and $1,416 there, and that's the total cost of that. The justification given by the department is workload, and it's not something HR was able to recommend. First, the comp ratio for both the positions are above a 1. So what I've tried to do is just any positions that have comp ratios above 1, unless there's some sort of essential change to their function that maybe needed a reclassification, I basically just did not recommend across the board. Okay, so that's how I made that determination. They mentioned workload, so I did pull some OCA data related to cases added over the past 5 years for district court, and I don't see workload reflected in those. I did share that with Judge asking if there's something that I'm not considering, which could very well be the case. They're the experts of their departments. I've not had a response back. So that's our assessment for the 170th. Are there any questions on that?
No, but I think that drives to the point that when we talk about workload and those kind of things as a reason, first of all, we need to have data that shows that, which in this case does not. But secondly, workload is not always the factor because if the workload's an extreme amount, you really need to look at adding a position, which costs us more money. But the workload, if everybody's doing the job, it ought to be kind of even carried across the board. So I like the fact that you're looking into these.
I'm trying to pull data. It's a learning in progress kind of thing as I'm pulling reports and, but you're exactly right. If there was, if the data did show there was an increase in workload, then I would lean more towards, do we need to add a part-time person? Do we need to add a full-time person? How much of an increase in workload percentage-wise has there been?
And that's a factor for determination of incentive pay as well. If somebody's carrying a bigger load than somebody else, they're always there, they're getting it done, then that's a way to recognize them financially.
Yes.
That's why the product's there.
Another data point I'm looking at, if somebody's saying, workload, I'm also going and doing a comp time report. If the position earns comp time, to see, well, maybe that's where the workload is reflected. They're having to work additional hours to keep up. And so I didn't see that here for these.
So do you ask them to furnish data when it says like workload? Do you go back and say, can you prove up workload?
Yes, I ask, for help in compiling that data. I compile my own data based off what I can pull from the Office of Court Administration related to this specific office. That data source is going to vary, obviously, depending on the function of the office. And I share that. This is what I'm seeing. What am I not accounting for, or am I not looking at this correctly? And I just didn't get a response for this specific office. Some do respond and say, well, there's this other extenuating, factor that I then delve into and look into to see if was the substantial piece that I was missing or not. Would you like me to move on to the next department?
Okay. Yeah, and if anyone has any difference of her recommendation, then bring it up. Otherwise, we'll just keep going through these.
Okay. So up next, I'm just going to pull all the constables' offices together, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we had four departments submit a request. Constable Precinct 1, 2, 3, and 5. Precinct 1 just submitted a request for their clerk position. And so this position, their comp ratio is below a 1. And in addition to being below a 1, this position compared to clerk positions in constable's offices is lower. And so there was also a parity factor that drove HR to recommend the approval of that specific increase. All of the other constable requests were for the elected official. Oh, I'm sorry, let me go through the clerk position. It's the last position here. There was a request there as well, but that position is already at kind of that parity amount, so increasing this would cancel out the parity move that Precinct 1 is attempting to do. So it kind of makes it out of balance again. So that I did not recommend. And then we have constable chiefs have a request for salary increases, and then the official themselves for Precinct 3 and Precinct 5. So for these positions, they do have low comp ratios, but I pulled data for these offices from, I'm trying to keep all my sources together. So Rhoda with IT helped me pull data from EDOC on papers received to show activity for the offices. And there's a decline in activity there. And also they're mentioning that there's some pay differences among other departments. So I factored activity, but I also factored function. So there's two chief positions that actually don't supervise an employee. So the chief title comparison amongst other counties that do supervise employees, I think the difference is warranted, I guess, for pay. So that was the reasoning behind that. The third chief that does supervise employees for precinct 2, they are at a higher salary already to account for that supervisory function. And then the constables themselves, the officials, they actually received a salary adjustment just last year. And so I didn't have any data to support an additional one unless the court would like to entertain that or address elected officials separately in general. But these are the only elected officials that submitted requests for increases, right? I think they're the only ones.
And you didn't recommend, on either one?
Correct. For the constable's offices, the only increase that I did recommend was the clerical position that was a parity issue, because the other clerical positions do earn a higher similar amount. So like precinct 5, you can see the last one, their current budgeted amount is $36,481.
Yeah.
And the clerk in precinct 1 is only at $33,720.
Yep.
So parity is what drove the decision there. So I can move on to county court at law. There's only one right now. So here, there is a request to, did they not have 2 requests?
Which county court at law?
3.
3? Okay, that's,
They had the other 2, but then I thought they backed off of those other 2 and just ended up with the 1.
Okay, I think I found it. We put to be determined because we don't know the assigned,
Yes.
so I didn't filter for TBD. Okay, so county court at law has 2 requests, and these are reclassifications. They have 2 court administrative assistant positions they would like to turn into court administrators.
say it again, they have 2 what?
Court admin assistant positions, and they're requesting to change those to court administrator positions. So it's changing the pay grade, the title, and the salary. A court administrator typically oversees the administration of that specific court's docket. And so what's happening with county court at law, there's a review of their structure now that they've had the additional court added to their structure. So there's 3 courts now. The current single court administrator is now responsible for 3 dockets. And the goal here is to alleviate some of that workload and actually spread it evenly amongst the other court administrative assistants. And so each county court at law will have its own court administrator that's responsible for their own docket.
So in all, there'll be 3.
Right, for county court at law. And then their other positions, they'll have a court administrator assistant for 2 of the courts. The 3rd court, there's also a court clerk position. They're gonna leave that position as is and wait to see what kind of true data county court at law 3 can produce as it continues its inception year, because I think it just started September
Right.
of last year.
It's a little different type of court. Primarily, the long-run plan is for it to focus on civil.
3, yeah.
Yeah.
But what we're actually doing is having separate court administrators for all 3 county courts, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Whereas we've had 1 before for 2 courts?
1 for 2, that's right.
Okay, we'll go 1 to 2 to 3 for 3.
So each judge will have its own court administrator.
So we're not actually adding any positions.
Correct. We're just changing 2 of the existing positions so that they have more ownership of each of their dockets.
Have you had a chance to look at workload, like coming through COVID and how it's changing now and all that? Do you see anything?
I have, and so I pulled OCA data, was what's applicable, that source is applicable here for this. And there is a trend, a 5-year trend decreasing cases added.
Which is surprising.
For all of the judicial offices, what I pulled for supporting data is cases added. I spoke briefly with the district clerk yesterday, and he was emphasizing reactivated cases, and that's something that I should be looking at. But that's going to take more research. Again, this is a learning process for me. I'm like, what does it mean to reactivate a case, and how much workload does that mean? And what does it mean that they're having to touch a case again related to workload? And so, but if you're just looking purely at new cases, new filings, there's a decline there, and it could still be, we're not far enough away from the pandemic to really see a bounce back. We're halfway into the year, and our last peak for COVID was last fall.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's enough data.
And you know, Judge Vic would be more than glad to, if we wanted him to come down and talk about it, we could.
And Anna, didn't you say that the research that you've done, you shared with the officials that it would affect and asked them to correct me if I'm wrong?
Yes.
Yep. And nobody really corrected you to date? No one's called and said that's totally wrong?
Not as of yet, with the exception of Judge Menard. She did submit a request. I shared the same data with her.
Okay.
I shared just overall district court data, and then I actually isolated civil and family because I knew she does with civil. Showed her that same decline, and she did respond stating she got with the district clerk, and they mentioned that there was some sort of EDOC snafu that was delaying or stopping the ability to report to OCA for the current year related to family and civil.
So they're not counted yet.
Is what the district clerk is saying. So in response to that, what I've done then is just reached out to the source, and I've reached out to Rhoda and asked her, can you get me this information to not rely on OCA. I didn't want to, I know she's busy, and so I didn't want to bother her if I could pull it myself from some source, but.
VDOT not reporting, no. No, not.
I asked Rhoda if she was aware of that, and she said she wasn't, but that doesn't mean that it's not occurring. She just may not be aware of it.
So when did you find this out?
This was yesterday.
Yeah.
So, I'd been trying.
But you had years of data, past year's data, so it wouldn't, I mean, you can see that in this year's data, but the trend before was lower.
Right, and I don't think any.
But not as precipitously lower as this year. I think that's obviously skewed data.
So I didn't have anybody report something different for previous years' data from our officials.
When you have TBD, does that mean that we're not exactly sure which court is going to claim this?
That
second
exact
administrator?
position. So I think most of the positions, except for one, are budgeted under county court at law.
And they're split between 1 and 2.
Okay.
So then we just need to decide which way they're gonna go specifically when they completely split the positions.
Okay.
Right, depending on approval of this move, then at that point, they would disperse the positions evenly amongst the courts at law. So each one, again, has their own court admin assistant, except for the third court, who'd have their court admin and court clerk position. Because this is a structural change and they have shared concern with the tenure of the person who is the current court administrator, and that she's this wealth of knowledge, we need to be backfilling or, training just in preparation. So that person is retirement eligible, I believe. So in preparation for that, think we do need to stack up some court administrators to be prepared to handle their own dockets. So HR is recommending this because it's a structure change that I think will eventually be a benefit to the county. Okay. So next we have.
Anna,
Yes, sir.
help me understand where it says current comp ratio average 1.06, requested salary comp ratio average 1.01. How does it go down?
This went down because it's a reclassification. So it's now a court administrator, and that court administrator salary will
Is
be
more in line with the others?
with that pay grade and with that title. So it's gonna match other court administrator titles. It would have been higher if it maintained its title and pay grade and we just bumped the salary.
So I notice a lot of those are like that.
We have a group of reclassifications that are.
Yeah, a large group of reclassifications. So I guess we get to the point, I guess we beg the question, are we reclassifying to get more money? We reclassifying because there's going to be more work?
So there's 2 other offices that are doing restructure.
And I'm not necessarily talking about them in general, I'm just
Gotcha.
looking down this whole list.
Okay. So that is something we take care to review the specific functions of the position. What is accounting for a request for a reclassification or a title change along with the increase? And there is one that, there may be more, but I know there's one off the top of my head that we didn't have data to support a reclassification for. And so that would be one that we don't recommend. So that is something we accounted for. Is this just a way to get that bump, or is there a true change in the function of the position that we need to account for to better compensate that function? Does that answer the question?
But how do you really know that that's what's happening?
I can only base the classification off the functions described by the official or requesting party. They're going to give me a list of things that this is how it's going to function and what it will do, and I do my poking and prodding to see how that fits into the structure of their office, and then make my recommendation based off that. So honor code there, kind of.
Okay.
I'm hoping we're following. So next we have County Health Services. This is actually one of those offices that is doing oh gosh. That is restructuring their office a bit. County Health Services, and Heather's probably already mentioned this with you all, but she is updating now that she's been in the role in the department for a length of time. She's determining how to best structure her positions. And so this is that proposal. She is changing, intake to an eligibility specialist to handle the paupers claims, and then her current claim specialist, she's making them a claim administrator, and the account pay clerk, because they do more than accounts payable, they're just going to be a general health services clerk. And then this eligibility specialist, this position was in existence, but we're downgrading I don't know what happened when we reviewed this position last. I think it was, I can't remember if it was shortly before or after the director transition, but when we look at the description for this position and historically what the eligibility specialist was when the original assessment took place for the pay structure, the pay grade needed to be lowered. And so that lower pay grade is what we're applying to both this specialist and the other eligibility specialist. So they'll be in the same pay grade, their titles will be similar, their function will be similar, although it's different types of claims that they'll be handling. And so this structure here
But
is
their salary will be the same? Okay.
so there's actually no request for salary, it's just a request for
they're doing the same job for the same dollar.
Right.
Okay.
And title change, pay grade only change for the positions. There may be in the future a need for an adjustment, possibly for the claims administrator position, because this title change does bring them into a different comparison bracket for market, so it brought that comp ratio to a 0.95. So that's just something to consider in the future. But overall, HR did recommend the structure change. Sorry, I don't know if I said that or not.
Department's not requesting any salary changes.
Right.
Okay.
So for the county sheriff's office, it's the litter abatement officer increase. Their title changed to corporal investigators. Sheriff's office is explaining that they're going to be investigating environmental crimes. I believe David touched on that yesterday. It's being funded, that increase,
City of Waco.
by the city of Waco, and so we didn't even provide a recommendation. That sounds like it's
And that was based contingent upon the city of Waco approving.
Right,
right.
exactly.
So we didn't really make an assessment for this. We'll just note
So-
it for that change.
So I guess, there's some kind of interlocal agreement or something, Dustin, if you would follow up on that, just to be sure that, as Commissioner Smith mentions, that it's contingent upon City of Waco covered 100%.
Yes, sir. We do have an existing interlocal with the city.
Good, thank you.
So next is the county treasurer. It's a request to reclassify the chief deputy
Thank you.
position. I think it's an A29 and it's an A29 and the request is to bring it to an A31, I believe. And we actually did this assessment last year. And HR, again, based on the functions provided and described by the official, we assigned it an A31, but I don't think, it was not approved last year, that change. And so the treasurer is bringing that request forward again, along with a requested increase of $5,357. HR last year did recommend the reclassification, again, based on what was submitted by the official in the job description. And so we're just doing that again, our same recommendation for the pay grade change.
So does this put this person in line with the other deputies that we see in the clerk's offices and the tax office? Because that's what we're gonna have to end up answering, is they're gonna come back and say, well, you gave the chief deputy over there a raise, and my guys aren't making that, and why not? And so, do we know, does that put them in?
I can make that comparison. I believe it does, because I think that's the argument this official has been making, is to be compared to the other chief positions. But I don't know off the top of my head. So chief, I think the pay grades are in line, but as far as the salary, I can see if that's accurate or not.
On this, are you recommending just the pay grade change or the increase as well with the?
So the current ratio, it wouldn't bring it out of line completely if you kept the salary the same. There's probably other positions that need a more urgent increase based on their comp ratio. So even with the pay grade change, you wouldn't necessarily have to approve an increased salary. But if you'd like for me to bring back kind of how the salaries stack up with the other chiefs, I can do that. And,
If they're in line, that's fine, but if they're not, you know we're gonna hear.
Yeah.
So I wanna know that on the front end.
sure.
Anna, you're saying you go from for example, A29 to an A31 and have the same salary?
Right, and because we're already accounting for the functions in the position when we're comparing to county data and market, so it wouldn't be that much of a change. The real change in comparing would be just one of our benchmarks, and that's our pay grade average and how it stacks up to that.
So A29 to A31 is simply changing responsibilities. A31 has a different job description than an A29,
A complexity.
complexity.
It's recognized.
But there's no pay scale from low to high assigned to A31 or A29 or any of
Yes,
those?
there is. There's
There's a
the
range.
midpoint benchmark would also be affected. So there is a minimum and a maximum and then a midpoint.
Well, what is this number right here? Is it a minimum, a maximum, a midpoint
Let me pull that up
for an
for you
A31?
right
And
now.
for really any of these requested, did you look and see if that was minimum, maximum, midpoint?
We did. So for this position, so the midpoint for an A31 is 69,837. The minimum is 52,497
For which point? For what?
for A31.
Say it
The-
again?
The A31 pay grade, which is what's being requested, the midpoint is 69,837.
Okay, so that's a midpoint number right there.
And the minimum is 52,497.
Okay. Well, I would be curious if all of these are midpoints or what they are. At some point in time, finding out
Sure.
what's requested.
I think while I'm here. So we have the chief deputies, and for example, in the district clerk's office is an A31. The current budgeted amount for that position is $67,759. And the same for the civil side, chief deputy, and then the chief deputies in the county clerk's office are A31s, but they're well above the midpoint of that pay grade. So for comparison sake.
And generally, they get to the upper level of the pay grade because of longevity,
And performance in the position.
performance, and
as well.
longevity.
So in this instance, we would probably have the district clerk coming in saying that my folks aren't paid what everybody else's are now.
Possibly.
So we would add a little fuel to the fire.
Say it again.
Well, the district clerks, so what the request from the treasurer is to move his folks up and they would be in line with the county clerk's chief deputies. So we do that. Now we've got the treasurer and the county clerks making this, and the district clerks are making 2,000, 2,500 less.
Similar job, or
Yeah, so we're gonna,
A31s,
They're all A31s, these chief deputy positions.
do they all have the same performance and longevity? I mean, don't you have to take into consideration somebody's been here
The
30 years, somebody's been They said Wi-Fi and phones are out, Anna.
Oh, the phones are out? Oh, okay.
And the Wi-Fi, they said, so I don't know that.
I'm on now.
You got back on?
Yeah.
Are you hardwired or Wi-Fi?
It's Wi-Fi.
I've got Wi-Fi too now, so I've got it on this iPhone 7, y'all should have.
Maybe we
Oh,
pulled
wait a
too
minute,
much.
wait a
I
minute.
kept mine off.
I lost my Sonic app.
So no lunch, is that what we're saying?
Just a heads up, everybody, we're gonna go about another 20 minutes, and then we'll break.
Okay.
Okay.
Of course, I'm one of those folks that's on call the whole time budget's going on, just like Francis is, so.
Let's see how many more departments I even.
Me too, I take calls at 3 o'clock in the morning from the sheriff's department. Trees down. Down on the road.
At 3 o'clock in the morning, she had to talk to the sheriff's department.
Sound asleep, I promise.
I have eight more departments or so.
Are you ready to roll?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm standing because my back hurts.
Okay, sorry. Let me share my screen again. I stopped sharing.
Several pains, and one of them's in my back.
Oh, no. I thought my Zoom was working and it's not.
So,
We're not broadcasting now. Are we?
Yes, we can hear y'all.
You can hear us?
thank you, Des.
About the county treasurer request.
Right.
Again, it's a reclassification and a request, an increase of to $69,837. So it's a $5,357 increase. Pay grade is appropriate, 831, for the functions submitted by the department. We can move forward if we don't have any questions on that.
Any questions? Good. Next.
So next we have elections. This is our other office that's doing an attempt at a restructure. It's also a newer department head who's been in the role for some time now and feels the need to restructure. So what the elections administrator shared with us is that basically all of their positions really own their function, which includes, they're all different functions, but it all includes having to train election workers in assisting them in administering their own function of the office. And so because of that, he really thought more so because they have the same amount of responsibility, they should have similar titles. And he outlined what those functions were, and we agreed with him. And so he'd like to move them to be able to call them all election specialists. And there is an increase request for 2 of the positions, changing to election specialist. And so that is an increase of $10,402. And sorry, Haley, I'm not seeing this difference here.
No, yeah, I'm not sure why it didn't.
So that's a $9,000 or so increase.
On that one, Honor, that takes it from a 1.06 up to a 1.20, is that worthy of looking at a classification change there, or? That kind of defeats what we've been working at and trying to accomplish.
Trying to work at, right, and it would be a non-exempt position, and I think it is a B8 at the moment, and so the only way to really adjust that would be to decrease it, but it would be assigned the appropriate pay grade, and the title would be accurate as well for the functions that it's currently performing as reported by.
Is it a B8 or a B10? And is that the
Currently-
position that, quote unquote, serves as the assistant elections administrator?
So that's one of the things that the department head is changing.
Okay.
He didn't feel the need to have an assistant director role type.
Okay.
And I know that was at one point created by the previous department head. And so he's moving away from that, and he feels like they all really have ownership of their own functions within the office.
But he's gonna keep the salary the same?
I think that would just be handled through attrition, unless the court would want to decrease the budgeted
I don't want to see
salary.
anybody.
There is somebody in the role,
Okay.
so that would be not something we would recommend, because it's also a long tenured
Okay.
employee.
No, when you say attrition, so what do you mean? There is a warm body in there.
Right, if that person
So-
were to retire, then we can come back and look at that and actually adjust it to be more in line with the other positions, so that a newer person would get a more appropriate budgeted amount.
Is that an expectation of the department head?
I can double check. I think we did review that with them, but this structure we reviewed together probably in March. So I'll refresh myself on the details of the.
Okay, so in both of those, in 504 and in 234, there are warm bodies?
Correct.
Okay.
The 4 positions are filled. They have somebody in the role.
I'm thinking one of them is not a long tenure. Now, I do know the person that's in there is close to retirement. Just because you're close to retirement doesn't mean you're gonna go. But the other position is fairly new. So do they stay in that position at that pay, even though you're reclassifying it to a position that's less?
Right, there was no plan to move the employees currently in the roles to or from. They're in between the positions because they have a different budget.
So so I'm trying to logically reconcile it, because he's readjusting his positions, and he wants to balance them out, but he's gonna keep the 2 top salaries. I understand the tenured employee. I'm not understanding how you have a new person, they come in, why change their position that would lower their pay if you don't have any intention of lowering their pay?
We're not necessarily lowering the value of their position. It's a different pay grade.
Okay.
Let me see let me pull.
So then why wouldn't the other 2 positions come up to that position?
They would be it'd kind of be adding on to the problem, and the comp ratio would be really high if we applied the same salary as the other 2 positions.
So you can see why I'm totally confused.
If we get back to that deal of they're have the same job description, the same job title, but we're paying different salaries.
Let's see.
They're doing exactly the same thing, evidently.
So it is.
We're not paying everybody the same based on, I see what,
I'm sorry. I go ahead and
see what Commissioner Miller's saying.
Right.
Because we run into that with some others down here that I don't understand.
So the recommendation is to change we have them currently at B4s and B10s. And the recommendation from HR would be based on the functions that they're performing, changing them all to B8s.
So I guess the thing I'm trying to think of in my mind is what has changed in their job responsibility? If they were okay last year as a B4, and now all of a sudden they're gonna be a B8. Because I wanna change the functioning of the office, but I don't wanna change any of the pay.
Well, now they're changing some of the pay, aren't they?
Yeah, they're bringing some of those low ones up.
40
Well,
to
but-
One,
Yeah, one, but I understand what he's trying to do, but I don't know that classification changes are.
changing two salaries.
Help me
right?
understand what.
Two salaries.
It's 2 salaries that are being requested for increase. The others, there's no request for increase. And then all 4 of them, there's a request to change the pay grade to a B8. We have 2 that are B4 and 2 that are B10s that are the
Make
higher.
everybody a B8
Right.
across the board.
There are,
So what changed in their job description that you felt like that was
let me pull
appropriate?
the functions of the position.
Should have, they were already doing the job. Somebody was doing the job.
Unless he suggests or wants the job description to change, the functionality of each one of those to change to the extent that would make them classified that, maybe he needs to speak to that with
But isn't that basically true? And I'm just using that as a example. You got an office of 20 people. Everybody in there's been doing the same thing for 5 years, and all of a sudden you change the job description without anybody. I mean, somebody still has been doing that all that time. So by changing the job description, you get to add salary to somebody. I don't know.
Well, and I agree with you unless they change the job duties as well. In other words, requiring more, but I don't understand that yet. I'm with you.
So it looks like one of the functions that one person is managing is voter registration. Another person is managing early voting. And then another person is supporting poll election worker recruitment and training. And then we have somebody assisting Jared with anything related to the election systems and ballot preparation and tabulation. And each of those functions, each of those functions require assistance from poll workers, and so they're each in charge of training their own assistants and people that are going to help support their own individual functions. So the alternative, because we also proposed, well, you could have somebody who's in charge of training only as a training officer for everybody to come in, and they're also managing recruitment of poll workers and things like that. That would be an additional staff member. So this was the alternative, is you own that function on your own.
So did we add training to that, or was that in there before? Because that could be the answer of why.
Yes, and I'm sure the elections administrator can explain it much better than I can, because again, we went through this.
We can have him come in. Or,
He's coming in. Yeah.
Hi, Court. This is Jared. Did y'all need me to speak?
Yeah, and as you join, I guess my question, Anna, because I have the utmost respect for Jared and his understanding of how his functionality needs to go. That's not my question. My question is, if we're gonna balance and equalize every position, how is it that we get to the stair-step salaries? If we're bringing people up to a B8 and we're bringing people down to a B8, how is it that balance and that commonality does not translate into salaries. What's the logistics in the stair step in the salaries? And that was my question, because I'm logically trying to put the balance to both columns.
Right. So I know one of the higher paid position is a more long tenured employee. The other position, I think, does have an individual with different qualifications than the other two individuals. And Jared, would that be an accurate statement?
Yeah, that's correct.
So there would be justification for that higher salary of that other position. But all of those,
Based on longevity? Is that what you're saying?
for
tenure?
one of them, yes. The other position that isn't necessarily a long tenured employee, I think they only have a few years with the county, they actually have higher qualifications in the form of education.
And that does not translate into their title and their pay grade. Because I'm trying to see how are we gonna work employees the same and call them the same level, but we're not paying them the same? How do you not break down morale if you're doing that? So I guess then I guess, Jared, maybe that's your question?
So, okay, I guess, let me try to explain kind of what I was trying to get at here. So I do believe that all the positions are equal and have equal duties and, title. I believe the two that are getting paid less than the top two, so there's two that are getting paid around 60-ish thousand and two that are getting paid closer to around 40,000. I believe the two that are getting paid 40,000 need to be bumped up closer to that 60,000. That was my original intent and goal, because I believe that they do all have similar job duties. At least the workload is equal amongst the four, if that makes sense.
It does. So you're just trying to get them closer to 57 and 61?
Correct. Now, I'm working with HR here because I don't know exactly the correct steps to get there. And they've kind of explained to me kind of like, well, this may be the path that we need to take to get there. But that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get my two employees who aren't paid as much closer to where the other two are, because I, once again, believe that they all share similar job descriptions.
Do
And
they all
job
have the
duties.
same tenure?
Not necessarily, no.
And I think that has to be consideration. You can
Sure,
have two people
absolutely.
the same pay grade, somebody's been there 30 years, somebody's been there 2 years, I can't see them paying the same.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And the two higher salaries were based off of a B10 pay grade, and we're lowering those pay grades to a B8. So we're always going to recommend a salary adjustment to be in line with that pay grade. However, when you have that complication of those positions with higher salaries are currently filled, are we going to increase them all to be equal and have positions not really in line with their newly assigned pay grade? Or are we at least going to get two of those positions close to their pay grade benchmarks? But that's, of course, up to the court to decide what route to take.
And of course, I don't want to hurt the two people that are getting paid the higher salaries. So, I don't want to run them off and, by cutting their salary.
And I understand what you're trying to do and don't necessarily disagree with it. It's just, it's creating a variance that we fight every year to keep from happening with regards to payroll.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest concern. I don't have any issues with what he's requesting, other than we're approving something that we fight to eliminate every year, which is going from a 106 to a 1.20, which might be one of the highest ratios in the county.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna put a disclaimer on this, because you all said it's up to the court. We just sitting here and y'all brought this to us. This is a plan that you all have been studying and looking over. And so what you all had in front of you is that you had a B10 at 61,000, and you had a B10 at 57,000, and you want to change it into a B8. We're just looking at your way to do it is it logically sound and is it fair? But we're not gonna own this.
Right.
Only thing we're doing is accepting a recommendation.
Right. And so the pay grades, because we could ultimately leave the pay grade on its own, but once HR is presented with new information on what these roles are actually doing, we assign the appropriate pay grade to them. We don't look at functions that are presented to us and
So you're recognizing, I guess, through this evaluation of what they do every day, their function and all, that they are pretty close to the same. And that the possibility in that, and you come to the conclusion that maybe two of them are in a classification above what they should be. You have to say that, because otherwise we can't lower it. And so then it puts us in the dilemma of being over the ratio. So the only way you can do is let time go by to shrink it back to get them back in line, which means it's gonna be a management thing within that department to get it there. So are we not, when we do that, does that open us up to any risk?
I don't believe so, just because, again, one of those higher paid positions is the long tenured employee by quite a bit. And then the other employee does have additional qualifications that could account for that higher salary as well.
Okay, and then to Commissioner Smith's point, are they in the proper range within that? In other words, midpoint or budget max? So the recognition of their tenure and their performance puts them within that slot that the department head recommends.
Let me go back and see my request.
So
Correct, the requested salary for the two positions is in line with the assigned, or with the recommended pay grade.
Okay.
Is it midpoint?
Correct.
So Commissioner Perry, it tells me then that if either we leave them in the 10, which their job description doesn't say that they're in that 10, but we leave them there so we don't get the comp ratio out of balance, or we lower them to the recommendation and get their comp ratio out of whack. So we're gonna, it's gonna be one or the other.
There's not an easy fix.
Yeah.
I just wanna be consistent. When we get
Most
there
can-
or not, I
right.
get a little nervous.
And so there's two that we have conflicting consistencies. We've got a grade that we need to be consistent with the duties. We have a pay that needs to be consistent with other grades in that range, and we can't do both. I don't see how we can do both. So which one do we want to be out of whack? And I think that we're gonna have to be out of whack with the ratio. And it'll solve itself over time.
As long as.
Because I think we're at jeopardy. We're at jeopardy by putting people in a job classification with a specific description that they're not doing, and we know it. We need to line those up first, and all this other stuff will take care of itself either over time or, and we can, I don't think anybody sitting here right now knows enough about to want to go cut salaries on any one individual. So that's out. So the only thing we can do is live with the 1.2, I think.
Or is it something that he's willing to reevaluate the job description and look at that? What we're saying is, we've got two wrong actions that we can take. Let's just take one of them, not both.
Yeah, or we have two
So-
that either one we could justify,
Right.
but we can't justify. both.
And so by creating a 1.20 and making that okay, we'll see it again now.
Yeah, no question about it.
That's the concern.
But
the
where the,
primary-
excuse me, where the legal risk, that's a financial risk. The legal risk is having a job description that's not adhered to or not right. I think that's our biggest risk.
Well, but that's why I'm saying an option is to revisit that.
Yeah. But if she agrees with him that somebody's working at it, is classified as 10 and doing the work of a 8 or whatever, we can't allow that.
Well,
But
you
do
have to
you-
change responsibilities.
Do you fix
So,
it this
okay,
way?
so, if they're a ditch digger and it's a 2-foot ditch, to change their grade, you go 3 foot. I don't know if there's a duty out there that only he can cover.
Obviously, there was before this budget year.
Yeah, yeah. Was it the same department head?
This would be the
Actually, yeah.
second, yeah. And I understand, I'm not saying what he's trying to do, I disagree with. It's just, we need to, I'm not comfortable when we start taking approaches and going, well, we'll look,
Yeah,
we'll
throwing it out of
tolerate
whack.
this. but
I
we
agree
won't
with that.
tolerate
I think we're just talking about two, that I think the better path is to match the grade with the duties is the most important part. I do agree that it's important that they be within that ratio, that it could cause us problems over here. But this first one is where you get into trouble with so many times that, and it took us years to finally get these people matched up with the proper grade. And it was a big goal of what we want to do. And I don't know how we solve both.
So
If you're saying the B4s are doing the work of a B8, and you're recommending that 50,000 salary, I see that.
It's the 10.
If you have a B10, and he's doing the work of a B10, you're just changing responsibilities so that he'll work balanced to a B8? Is that what we're doing? Because anything else is a management issue that's not to be fixed this way. You got a B10 and he's not doing what you need your B10 to do, you don't fix it through the court.
Right. And I don't think that's what's happening.
Okay, so since it's not, I'm not understanding why you don't let the B10 until you get to attrition. Let the B10 just function the way it was functioning last year. And then if you want to reestablish and balance out, kind of like what Heather did, then address it when that individual is gone. The same with the other B10 that you have, and you're saying they have a certification, the job didn't call for a certification. And so you get into that waters compensation. Do we have somebody in there and that's what the job is calling for? Or was that just an extra carrot that came with the job? So again, if they're a B10 and they're functioning like a B10, I don't understand why we're lowering them to a B8.
That probably just summarized
So
what's
I don't-
going on in here. Thank you.
So I don't think the position is performing as a B10. I think much of the reason that it was given a B10 is because supervisory or leadership duties were tacked on to the description, and that's not how the position has been functioning according to Jared for the past year. Is that correct, Jared?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if, I think the pay grade, assigning the correct pay grade is the right thing to do, especially when the current budgeted salary of that position that was a B10, the higher one is $61,218. That is still within the pay grade range of a B8. Yes, it's towards the top, but it is within it. It's not over the maximum. And so I think as long as that, again, because we did work hard to get that structure in line, it is still abiding by that pay structure of our pay grade system, our A and our B system. The maximum of the pay grade is still being applied and followed in this situation.
You know, I think because it is special, that we can defend if some other department comes and says, look, here's a 120, yeah, and, you know, we wanna be a 120. Nope, because, I mean, it's our decision. You're right, that is out of whack. But that doesn't, we're not gonna approve you to go to that, because that was a special deal at the time. There were special circumstances that, you know, that we took into consideration.
I'm not disagreeable, I'm reluctant.
Yeah, what, hey, I understand, I know what, I can almost tell you who will be knocking on the door. Almost. Okay.
Do we have,
You know, last year we worked hard to get between a 0.8 and a 1.2, right? We wanted everybody 0.8, 1.2. So what happened that these people that were at 0.8 an hour were going to 0.96, 0.99? You know, how did we get to that point where we forgot about the 0.8 and we're working toward that upper end?
so the offset of that comp ratio really is just associated with the fact that these positions are being reclassified. Us
It's
trying
all
to
reclassification.
it's all based on these positions had a change in function since Jared
Same
took
number
his
of people
leadership
doing the
role.
same, total same jobs that had to be done, and we're just shuffling them around. We're not adding people, we're not taking away people.
And I'm not saying, and Jared, if you're still listening, I am not saying anything about it. What I don't want is for folks to figure out, that's a way around getting the bump, is to every 3 to 5 years, get a reclassification. Jared's new in his spot. I get it.
He inherited.
He's
he
gotta,
inherited
right.
some of that.
He's gotta build that to run the way he wants to see it run. But in the process of, are we introducing a system that allows you to come back and go, well, hey, I need this to go up to this now.
Yeah.
Then we're chasing comp ratios every year.
And that is something that's already being seen by our office that we're wary of and that we try to ask appropriate questions to filter and find out if that's what's occurring. So that's not, that has already happened. And oftentimes it's really just better defining the functions and the roles. Some people like to throw out, this is a supervisor position because they do this and this. Well, this is how HR actually defines supervisors. Are they signing in a performance evaluation? Are they realigning another employee's duties? Are they recommending discipline or separation to you, the official? Those things aren't happening. That's not a supervisor function. So we do have protocols and processes in place to try to figure out what.
There's a filter that you're using.
Yes.
I got one last question, because I know we went over our 20 minutes.
Oh, Judge.
Why is it that we did not take, if the B4s going to a B8, the B10s going to a B8, why aren't we looking at the 57,890 as the salary that those B8s should be?
Midpoint.
So the midpoint of the B8 is 50,489. So I want to create the least amount of disruption to our comp ratio as possible. So that was the end goal there.
Okay, so the certification.
Because then you're bringing them up to a 1.13.
Okay, so the certification for that person that's sitting in 504, is that balanced out with those other two positions? Because we're asking all three of these people to take on the same amount of responsibility and work, right?
A complexity of function, yes. I don't know,
Okay.
workload-wise, I don't know what that looks like internally.
So are we gonna try to get them to the 57? Are we ever gonna be at a place where everybody in the office makes the same?
Not if they've had different, you talking about if they all started the same day or have,
Well, no, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
That the tenure and COLAs go with it.
well, and the, you know, performance, how somebody fits in the range from a midpoint to, you know, the max. I think we have to have, in my opinion, management, the individual manager of that department needs to have the ability to be able to see that and start moving people to where they should be appropriately regarding their, how they're doing in the office and getting, I mean, that's, I would say, it can't be the same, I just don't see us ever getting the same dollar. I think midpoint and max and entry ought to be, you know, a dollar amount, same dollar. But you give that management the ability to range them in there so they can promote, you know,
And
producing.
reward tenure.
Yeah. And performance.
And tenure and performance, you're right. Yeah.
Any of these B4s been there longer than that B10? No, the B4s are the new people?
No, so one of them's been here for 6+ years, and the other one's been here a little over 2 years.
Okay. Okay.
And then the 2 10s that are coming down to 8, what's their tenure like, Jared?
One of them's been here 26 years, and the other one's been here a little over a year.
A little over a year.
Yeah.
But we do take into account talent, because there are some people that come in and they're doing a more difficult job, and they come in with more education. So I do take that into account.
Yeah, the person who's been here just over a year, they actually replaced my position when I was appointed elections administrator. So it was one of them, you know.
Look like we'll be coming back to this after lunch.
And I don't, I agree with what he's trying to do. It's
Yeah.
just the process.
Yeah.
Are we using
Yeah.
the right process to do it?
Right.
That's the only thing that I'm questioning.
Yeah.
Sure. This was a tough one.
The others were easy.
They thought they'd give it to us.
Sorry to do that to you, Anna.
And Jared, you just thought winning an election was difficult.
Oh.
Okay, Anna, what else do you have? How much more?
Let me look.
We'll be
that up.
back here at 1:30.
She's got another sheet over here we haven't gone through yet.
That's what I was saying. We will be back at 1:30.
Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups left.
Okay.
One of those being the jail.
Yeah, right. Okay.
We totally got off your schedule, didn't we?
We prepare for that, so it's how it works.
All right. So, it's 1:47, so we'll come back and reconvene at 1:30.
What time is it?
11:47.
12:40.
What did I say? 11:47.
You had us at 1:47.
Yeah, okay.
Stuff's gonna happen between now and then, Judge.
We're gonna leave.
I was just giving a comp ratio. All right, thank y'all. went back into session. So, okay, Francis?
Yes, sir. So to start with today, Ralph Wallace from TCDRS is here. So I think it's always good to get a refresher on our plan, but also he's going to give us information on specifically what our plan looks like. So.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you all very much.
First of all, are you solvent? Are we still solvent?
We're hanging in there. It's been a you know how the year's been, but.
Yeah.
If y'all would, I know I've already put the packets in front of you. I'm going to be going off that colored printed presentation in the right sleeve of your folder first. And I just want to quickly review and refresh how the retirement system is structured. Then we'll get into some of the numbers for the county and answer any questions if y'all have any of those. But let's start on page 2. Once again, for the record, my name is Ralph Wallace. I'm an employer services representative for the Texas County and District Retirement System. And beginning with page 2 of the presentation, just want to kind of break down again how the Texas County and District Retirement System we're kind of unique when it comes to public pensions in the country. We're actually one of just a handful that are structured the way we are, and there's 3 reasons we're different. Number one is the plan here at the county is savings-based, and what I mean by that is when y'all hire someone at the county, they start contributing a percentage of their paycheck into the plan each month throughout their career. So they're saving in advance for retirement when they do retire. And as they're doing that, the county's putting away a percentage of your payroll budget to fund the money that you will match their dollars by if they retire. Most of your public retirement systems, pensions get calculated based on years of service. They usually look at an average high salary toward the tail end of someone's career, and they use a multiplier. We're not set up that way. We're a savings-based plan. So that's the first thing. It sets us makes us unique. Second thing has to do with how responsible funding the plan is. Basically, 3 sources of income or money go into y'all's plan here at McLennan County. I just mentioned a couple of them. The county's putting in money for benefits, employees are contributing out of their paycheck, and investment returns plays a huge role in that. We'll talk a little bit more about that here in a moment. And every year, the actuaries like to take a look at what they call plan experience, and I'll explain to y'all more about that here in a moment. And based on that, they come up with a minimum percentage of your payroll budget that they believe will keep your plan funded in a healthy manner for the foreseeable future. You know, one of the reasons that some of the pensions in the country are in trouble is because the actuaries tell them what they think they should be putting in, and they don't do it. They put in less. Well, not only is that rate that the actuaries calculate every year the recommended rate, but it's required by state statute. Also, if a county has an unfunded liability, and we'll discuss what contributes to that here in a little bit, that rate is also designed to pay off that liability over 20 years. That way it doesn't get passed off to the next generation of taxpayers and employees. It kind of makes us one of the most conservative in the country when it comes to making sure plans stay funded in a healthy manner. And the third thing has to do with this Commissioner's Court. Every year y'all get your numbers for the coming year, which I'll go over with you here in a moment, and you have the flexibility and the local control to review these numbers and decide whether or not you want to stick with what you're doing for the coming year, or if you want to adjust things as it suits your employees' needs and your budget. So moving over to page 3, just to give you all an idea of how much the retirement system has grown since it started back in the late 60s. We're up to around 345,000 members and retirees now. I think we're at about 830 employers. You know, it's not just counties. You've got appraisal districts, water district, and you know this, Commissioner, hospital districts as well that contribute to the plan as well. Another number that gets looked at quite often is how well funded plans are. And of the 830-plus employers in the retirement system, the average funded ratio, and what I mean by funded ratio is that's how much money employers have contributed as it relates to the benefits their employees have accrued up until this point in time. It's like a snapshot, so to speak, of funding. And the average is about 89% funded across the system. I do get asked quite often, what's a good funded ratio? And I can tell you this, most bond rating agencies like Fitch or S&P will tell you that plans like y'all's, if they're 80% funded or better, they're in pretty good shape. Of course, in theory, counties aren't supposed to close their doors. And I always tell counties, you know, when they ask how much is this going to end up costing us, and my answer is, well, when that last retiree gets that last check, I can tell you all exactly what it's going to cost. Just for the record, McLennan County is sitting at 87% funded going into 2023. Welcome, Commissioner. I'm on page 3 of the presentation, about to go to page 4 of that.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you.
You too. Let's talk a little bit about investment returns. The average TCD member puts in about 18 years before he or she retires. And the average retiree is retired about 20 years. And if you add those two numbers up, that comes out to 38 years. Well, our investment philosophy is a 30-plus year philosophy. It's not a 1 year to the next philosophy. I know there's going to be up years and down years. We're definitely going for a rough year right now, as everyone knows. But we're kind of a long-term investment philosophy retirement system. And our long-term investment return assumption is 7.5%. And, you know, we've been doing about 8% for the last 30 years and close to 10% for the last 40. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. If you ask me what's going to happen in the future, I won't be here today in front of y'all. I'll be on my island somewhere. But it's doing what it's designed to do. And if you move over to page 5, this just gives y'all an idea over the last 20 years what annual returns have been doing. And you'll notice there's a shaded area band on that graph there. And the way our investment folks have assets allocated, it's designed to where when I mentioned a while ago, our long-term goal is 7.5%, but it's set up to where it can do as good as plus 20% or in a year or a -4 in another year, okay, in a bad year. And what you're looking at right there, with the exception of the 08 recession and then the big recovery in 09, it's been staying in that risk band. So it's doing what it's designed to do. You know, once again, y'all seen what's going on this year, but our philosophy is not knee-jerk. We're designed to do good and great years and not bad and terrible years, if you understand what I mean by that philosophy. Any questions so far? Let's take a look at the benefit levels here at the county. Your employees are putting in 6% out of their paycheck. If they retire, the county is going to match $2.50 for every dollar the employee contributes throughout his or her career. The way they earn that right to retirement is vesting, and y'all have set a vesting period here of 8 years. Doesn't mean they're necessarily eligible to retire, they just earn that right to retire. So if y'all have somebody that comes to work here at age 30 and quits at 38, well, as long as they don't pull their money out, and down the road when they do hit one of the eligibilities, they'd be able to retire and get a benefit. Speaking of eligibilities, there's 3 ways someone becomes eligible to retire here at the county. And they got to be vested. They got to have that 8 years in regardless. First way is to be age 60. Second way is what I think a lot of y'all have already heard of before. It's called the Rule of 75. It just means your age plus your years of service has to equal 75 That's another way. And the third way is 30 years of service at any age. And so I always say this, y'all could hire somebody real young here at the county, say age 18. Well, under the 30 years of service at any age, that person will be eligible when they're, what is that, 48? Now, this is, like I mentioned a while ago, it's a cash-based plan. It's a savings-based plan. So you can be eligible all you want to, but can you afford to retire when you're eligible is another thing. And I'll give you all myself as an example. I'm eligible this November. Woo, great, good for me. But I got a kid in college. I'm not going anywhere. So, but anyway, any questions on those? Moving over to page 7. Here's some demographic information on your folks. Your employees, on average, are 43 years old. The average length of service here at the county is 10 years. Of the folks that have already retired from McLennan County, they usually retired around the age of 61 after putting in a little under 20 years in at the county. And the average annual benefit of your retirees is a little under $30,000. Now, I do want to emphasize this, that these plans, like y'all's, they're designed to give an adequate retirement benefit to a career employee, okay? So y'all's definition of career employee might not be somebody that puts in 19 years. It could be somebody at 25, 30 years. And let's look at the next page. Generally, the folks are going to have 3 sources of retirement income. They're going to have their TCD benefit, any personal retirement savings should be calculated in that as well. And of course, Social Security is calculated in that. And, you know, I've been saying this for years, but it hasn't changed much. Most financial planners tell folks these days they got to be able to put in enough money while they're working throughout their career to replace somewhere in the neighborhood of about 70 to 100% of their final salary to sustain them in retirement. They call it a salary replacement ratio. And what y'all are looking at on that on page 8 there, that bar graph, based on the current benefit levels here at the county, you know, somebody that comes in here and puts in 10 years, you know, hired at 55, retires at 65, well, only 22% of their final salary is going to come from their TCD benefit. That's not a career employee, right? But if you look over to the right, somebody that's putting in 25, 30 years, they're looking at anywhere from 68 to 85% of their final salary coming from their TCD benefit. Does this help y'all kind of understand those salary replacements?
It does. I don't know what it says about me since I'm that last column all the way to the right.
You need a beneficiary, Commissioner?
Huh?
He's gonna be your beneficiary. All right, page 9. Let's talk about what it's costing the county to provide those benefits going into 2023. Remember a while ago, I said that the actuaries calculate a minimum percentage of your payroll budget going into the coming year to fund your current benefit levels. Well, that rate for 2023 is 13.27% of your estimated payroll budget. Frances is over there nodding her head.
You have it loaded in the budget.
And, you know, I talked a little bit about this a while ago, but your rate's actually 2 rates combined. Part of your rate goes toward paying for the expected cost of the benefits that your employees earn out into the future. The other part is to pay down any unfunded liability the county has over that 20-year period that I was talking about a while ago. It's kind of like a 20-year mortgage. And so what causes unfunded liabilities? Well, if a county does a benefit increase, like giving a cost of living increase to retirees, that can add to it. If a county increased their matching, past and future, that could cause an unfunded liability. Bad economies, of course, contribute to that because investment returns play a huge role in things. Demographic changes on your employees can impact liabilities. And the actuaries also take a look at your payroll growth. They take a look at what your payroll's been doing for the last 4 years, and they make those educated guesses as to what they think it's going to continue to grow by into the future. If it doesn't, that can contribute. assumption changes, and I'll give you a good example here on the next page. Let's go to page 10. This year, the county is sending in 14.7% of payroll to fund benefits. The reason why it's dropping down to 13.27 for 2023 is because of what happened in 2021. It's always a year behind. What happened in 21 affects 23. So what happens this year affects your 2024 rates. But if you take a look, there were no plan changes adopted by the county coming into this year. Last year, investments, we ended up at 22% last year on investments, okay? Demographic changes. Y'all had I was taking a look at this more specifically, retiree mortality. Y'all must have had a few retirees or maybe a couple that had passed away last year before their life expectancy, because that's what showed up on the actuarial chart for me. And speaking of that, it may have been because of COVID, to be totally honest with you, or the pandemic. I mean, y'all know your folks better than I do and know what happens around here at the county. So y'all might be able to tell me, but and speaking of that, you'll notice the actuarial assumptions and methods. The reason for that drop from that area is directly from the pandemic. I mentioned this a while ago. Life expectancy tables were adjusted a little bit because of what happened over the last couple of years as well. Higher turnover in jobs. People leave, pull their money out, well, they're not going to get the matching money, things of that nature. Okay. I always find this very interesting. I don't know if the rest of the world does, but I find it interesting. Any questions on that? Okay. Page 11, how to keep your rates stable. Y'all can just keep on doing what you're doing if you're comfortable with what it's costing the county to fund those benefits. Remember what I said. I don't know what's going to happen by the end of this year, but y'all have seen what's going on with inflation in the market, and that impacts 2024's rates when y'all get those next April. Okay. If the county wanted to, they could do a higher elected rate. In other words, y'all's rate this year is 14.7% of payroll. If you are budgeted for something like that, and you can afford to do it next year, instead of sending us the 13.27, you can keep your 14.7 as an elected rate next year. That's an option. Some employers will make an additional lump sum contribution to pay down on their liability if they wanted to. It all comes down to how content y'all are as a commissioner's court with where you are right now. I said you're 87% funded, and funded ratios in great shape, but you have options, I guess is what I'm trying to say as a commissioner's court. If you would, take a look at the other document I have in that other sleeve. And I think I've got it turned to that third page where it says plan rate projection. We have a very powerful tool that Francis has access to it in the county's employer portal. It's called the Plan Customizer tool. And it allows a county to go in there and run some different scenarios and run some what ifs. But even if the county didn't do anything different for next year, it allows you to go in there and, based on the latest actuarial valuation from 2021, run some 25-year projections. Just the actuarial crystal ball, so to speak. And so based on the latest valuation, this is not taking into consideration what's going on this year, okay? But based on the latest actuarial valuation, it has y'all's minimum required rate staying in that 12 to 13% range for several years. And I guess this is where I want to stop and open up the floor to questions. Do y'all have any questions, or are there anything, is there anything that's on your mind about any of this stuff?
Any questions or comments?
And as far as the retirement system's concerned, if the county, and this is an every year thing, if a county decided to alter things when it comes to funding, whatever, you have until December 15th with us. We know you guys will have your budget done by then, but anyway.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I noticed that on my statement, you see and this is germane to our discussion this morning about COLA. When y'all calculate the retirement benefits, it's based on a certain percentages of COLA given each year. What is that percentage? I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think what you're referring to is a flat COLA. There are two types of COLAs a county can adopt for retirees. And I think what you're talking about is the flat COLA. The flat COLA is just a flat percentage.
And I'm not talking about retirees. I'm talking about the growth of my of the current employees' savings. Is when you give an estimate, it's based on the county giving.
Sorry. Yeah, of course, you're putting in 6% out of your paycheck. You do earn 7% interest compounded on those contributions. And I'm thinking I know where you're going with this question, and that is, how accurate are these estimates that you get on your annual statement every year? The closer you are, go ahead, I'm sorry.
It has a certain amount of COLA baked in, given by the county.
Oh, you're talking about salary increase estimates by the actual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that has been reduced. I don't know the exact percentage, but I can get that for you, and I can give it to Frances if she'd like. I know they recently changed that, but I can't remember what that number is. I think it used to be around 3%, but I don't think it still is.
I want to say 5 for
interesting
some reason.
about about your statement, for example, and you probably already know this since you're asking about this, and I do recommend to the Commissioners Court that encourage all your employees here at the county to register their accounts online. Take control of those accounts, if for anything, just to prevent fraud from happening, somebody taking over their account. And Frances, you probably already know this, there's a report in the portal of any employee that hasn't registered yet, so y'all can encourage them as well. But where I'm getting with this is, if you've already registered your account online, you have the capability to run estimates based on different salary increases between now and when you think you're going to retire. So you can put, if you want to be very conservative, plug in 0 raises each year, 1, 2, 3%. But in response to your first question, I'll have to just get that number for you.
No problem.
Okay.
I guess also too, something that I'm interested in is how much would a COLA to the retirees cost the plan this year if we decided to do that.
It's based on a couple of factors. First of all, I mentioned a while ago life expectancies of retirees, how it affected demographic changes, and the fact that there are 2 types of COLAs. Well, the flat COLA, for example, you're telling all your folks that have retired, doesn't matter how long you've been retired, I'm just going to give everybody a flat, same percentage increase on their retirement check, okay? And how the cap or the maximum percentage is determined each year is based on what inflation did the previous year. Now, of course, y'all know what inflation's doing right now. And what happens is every year, our board of directors, which is made up of judges and commissioners from different counties, they usually set that maximum flat COLA based on whatever rounding up or rounding down from the inflation was from last year. So, for example, if a county wanted to do a flat COLA for retirees for 2023, they can do them in integers of 1% up to 7%. Okay, and obviously, based on the demographics of your retirees, that would determine what it would cost the county to do the COLA. Obviously, a 1% COLA versus a 7% wouldn't be as expensive, but we could calculate that cost. And there's two ways a county pays for COLAs. It can either be financed, where a county's paying on that estimated cost over 15 years and it's just rolled into the county's rate, or what I recommend is that if a county's going to give retirees a COLA, that we estimate that cost up front and the county pre-funds that COLA with a lump sum contribution. That way the county stays in pace with trying to pay down the liability it's already trying to pay off, because I've seen it where counties get into the habit of adopting COLAs on a regular basis and they finance them, so to speak, and they just add debt upon debt upon debt, okay? But the other type of COLA is based on Consumer Price Index. It's called a CPI COLA, and it's designed to give those folks that have been retired longer a bigger increase because they've had more years where inflation has eaten into their dollars. So not everybody's going to get the same increase on that situation. Okay. Any other questions on that?
So in those cases, on retirees, so what especially compounds that is if the court makes a decision to treat those separately with not as much COLA as they did for the current employees, which I think that's what we did.
Yeah, and once again, it's designed to help the ones that have been retired longer. You know, somebody that retired 2 years ago versus somebody that retired 10 years ago, you know, they've had their dollars eaten up a little bit more, and so. And I can, if the county ever decided to look at different impacts of COLAs, not just cost on the county, but on current retirees, I can help y'all with that. So.
Okay. Yeah, I think at least in part of the discussion, we'd want to know what it costs to address the COLA issue with the retirees.
I'm intrigued by that other method as well, where we go back and help out.
CPI COLA.
Yeah, the 10, 15-year retired employees, there's some appeal to that.
Well, in the way that, just to get a little more detailed on that, you can restore that loss of buying power to those retirees by anywhere from 10% of that loss all the way up to 100% of that loss. And just to clarify, I always like to use an example. You know, let's say y'all had somebody retire 10 years ago, and I'm just doing this for math, for easy math. Let's say inflation grew 3% every year over those last 10 years, and that retiree's check back then when they first retired was $1,000. Well, if you do the math, that $1,000 is worth $700 these days because of inflation, and you can choose to restore anywhere from 10% of that $300 they've lost all the way up to 100% of that $300. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense, yeah.
Other questions? All right. We appreciate your time.
You bet. It's good to see y'all again.
See you.
And we'll get together. And thank y'all. Have a good rest of your week.
You too.
Be careful when you travel.
Thank you.
So we can get back into personnel and pick up where we left off before lunch.
Okay, we left off on the elections discussion. I don't know if that's where we wanted to pick back up, if we still have questions, if we wanted to move on.
Any other questions on elections? All right, I think we're good.
So next, we have our engineering department. They had one salary request. This is just a salary request. It's not a reclassification or title change. For the office coordinator position, requesting an increase of $2,670 related to exemplary performance. The current comp ratio is at a 1.01. So as I stated at the beginning, any positions with a comp ratio of 1 or above that are presented here and didn't have necessarily a change in function, we did not have data to support the request. So that's what this position is at. Next, we have our IT department. There is one change in classification. The system analyst position, it is an exempt level position. The request from IT is to change that position to a network technician position. And that's the only reclassification that we've assessed thus far. All the others are only salary adjustments. And with the exception of the project coordinator position, I actually have received data from the director on that position about a week ago, and it's a lot of data, and I haven't gone through it thoroughly to really be able to make an accurate assessment on that. With the amount of data and just surface level explanation of it, it may even be a reclassification. I'm just not there yet to be able to provide that assessment, but I can come back with that once I have completed our HR review on it. So
Is there someone in position 1412?
No, ma'am.
I guess that's a vacant spot.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And so this is a salary decrease of $26,147.
That's dramatic. So has the position changed that it could, it's a big decrease.
So part of it is not being able to find a qualified applicant for that position. This is one of our longstanding vacant positions. And the needs of the office now do require an additional support for networking. So that's the basis behind that change. And it is a significant decrease, and so some of these salary adjustments can be absorbed. What I've done, though, I've just recommended the adjustments to the lowest ratios in the office. So that's the already existing network technician position and the security and compliance analyst position, 1418. Those current comp ratios are 0.91. Those are increases requested to, sorry, I lost my place, from 43,328 to 47,228. It does bring it closer to the 1 ratio. The same with the security and compliance analyst. The goal there is to bring it to that closer to that 0.1 ratio, and that's an increase of 6,179. The other requests submitted, they're floating around a 1 exactly. So to be honest, I'm on the fence with them, and I hadn't recommended anything else that wasn't an urgent need or related to parity, if there was a parity issue between one office and another office. So my inclination is to not recommend them and focus on just those that have the much lower comp ratios of 0.91, mostly because it is difficult to recruit for network technicians positions. So bringing that to a higher comp ratio, I think, would benefit the county. We have this position currently filled, the security and compliance analyst position. That would be a difficult position to fill again.
So would that be your rationale for the question, or rather the comment that Commissioner Smith raised before the break, and that is, when did we go from 0.8 to now we're at 0.9 as far as taking people? Is it because you feel these are hard to recruit positions?
So if it's a difficult position to fill for because it's a more technical position, I would lend some consideration to that. And also if there's a parity issue involved, so that even if it is a 0.8 or above, which means it's in range, but if we have another position that there's a parity issue, such as the clerk position we just reviewed for the constable's office, all the other constable clerk positions are the same salary in another office. So that's where I would consider that.
I just had a question because we've been adjusting IT salaries for the past 2 years.
So this is one of our technical offices. It's going to be an ongoing struggle to fill and attract talent into these roles. And I'm not sure what solution is appropriate, or if now is the time to try to solve for that.
This is Lisa Fetch. I'm online if you have any questions regarding my request. My goal this year, and to answer your question, Commissioner Miller, I have attempted to get some salary adjustments the last 2 years, but those were not approved. I think the court focused on new positions and other needs, and not so much a focus on salary increases. So this is actually my third attempt. And as Anna was pointing out, I have had a very sluggish response to open positions, and I've gotten some positions filled, but it has taken considerable time. When I did some version of a reorganization in late 2019 to add some different systems positions, it took 7 months to fill the first systems admin, and it took 15 months before I filled the second one. The systems analyst has been open for 3 years. We've had a handful of people that actually passed through HR's qualification review and made it to interview. So these have been very difficult. The network technician, it was also one that was slow to get attention. We do have it filled now. Very, very happy with that person in that position, but that team really only consists of 2 people. And the demands on all the cabling work and getting all the network device refreshes and things done, I really feel it'd be more beneficial to have a third network person. And I don't think we really need the systems position any longer, because the 2 systems analyst positions, or I'm sorry, the 2 systems administrator positions we filled, we were very fortunate to get very tenured and experienced staff there. So I feel like we're well covered. So that's the reason for that change.
Okay,
On
so
the
help me I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll ask my question when you finish.
I was going to say, so on the other side of the office in the desktop support area, that one has been interesting. I don't think we have been fully staffed in desktop since early 2019. We kind of had a bit of a rotation of staff. We had some members leave, we've had them come and go, and they have all left because of salary, actually. They go on to better opportunities. I had one person in place for 3 months. I had another in place for 10 months. The previous network technician that left before I got my second one was there only 7 months. I had another person that left after 3 years and another that left after 5, all in pursuit of better opportunities. So the desktop one has been difficult to keep full. We currently have 2 vacancies on that team, and it's a real struggle for this group. All the demands. HR provided analysis for me. I believe, I'm trying to find the language for that, Anna. We were 3rd. Let me pull your sheet up. It says we were 3rd highest with the IT to employee ratio for the comparable counties that HR looks at. And that's with being fully staffed at 20 team members. And we've been operating off 17. So,
Okay. So I'm trying to remember back. So the court didn't support your initial restructuring?
In 2019 was the last changes I had. Yes, I did get support there, and they were very positive changes. That's when we incorporated the project coordinator and the security and compliance analyst, and some changes within the network and systems groups. So that was a really good change. But to get what we hoped would be more competitive salaries, I've each year since looked at the HR's compensation analysis, trying to get my team where the salaries are at least a minimum of the 1.0 compensation rate. I think that, for the desktop 2, it's really not much difference. You'll see on the sheet that it's really only an increase of $624. I don't expect that to make a huge difference in bringing people to those applications, to be an applicant, but I would like to retain, the people that we have too. I'm hoping eventually we can, get more competitive salaries, but just kind of as a baseline, I thought if we could get to a 1.0 at a minimum, that's a good place to start. And that's what HR is supporting. I understand that they are reluctant right now to go over 1.0 in general. I know there's some different circumstances, but these positions require technical degrees, experience, and many times specialized skills. And so to compete with their industry peers, I think the county is going to have to start looking at what those wages are. And so just for this year, I was just trying to get to at least a minimum of 1.0 for the positions that I have. Bringing in a network technician in lieu of the systems analyst, I think will make a positive change. I'm looking for, where's the new position, Anna? The one for the AV technician.
That is in a different tab in our worksheet here. We've separated out new position requests on their own to review on their own. So there is a request on the table from Lisa as well for an audio visual technician.
Yeah, that's going to be another area of need that we have. As I pointed out, my desktop team, they're shorthanded. They have to cover a lot of ground. There are initial boots on the ground, and they've had to pick up a lot more coverage. We're building, working overtime, so we're building those balances because there's just not enough people to go around. I'd like to add an AV technician position, and that stems from the growth that we've had in that area with all of the meeting rooms and upgrades we've done to our courtrooms, the election system, the security camera work that's being done there. We've had a lot of technical implementations that require a lot of IT attention. We're helping to run meetings, jail magistration. We've been called on in new ways in the last couple of years that have really put a demand on this team. And some of this is actually still the project coordinator I have in place came from a desktop position. And oftentimes this person is filling in that role on top of their project coordinating duties and is really the primary lead on a lot of our AV support rollout because he's there from, the implementation. He's taken the training for the new systems. He trains up other staff members, but he's the most knowledgeable. So I think having a counterpart on our team who has that dedicated skill set and experience would go a long way in helping our department stay on top of those support needs.
Okay. Anna, you have any comments or anything?
No, I'm glad Lisa got an opportunity to explain
Okay.
the data, or the work there that's prompting the request. Thank you, Lisa.
Yes, absolutely.
So the positions, again, that I know kind of we have a history for, that have the lower comp ratios are network technician and the security and compliance analyst position. The system analyst position is a significant role because we will soon be in a transition in leadership with that office and making more permanent or long-lasting changes like a reclassification or an additional position. Of course, I think is something the court would factor in or keep in mind if that means a permanent or a hire that's a long-term decision. That's our HR's general overview there for the IT positions. Did anybody have any questions for me, or I can move on to the next department?
Say the last part again, because of the transition, you think?
In leadership for the office soon, typically the court does a lot for that discretion for incoming leadership to change the structure of an office. And so I don't know, doing something like a reclassification or an add to staff for a very specific technical function like audio visual, if that needs to be done now, or if an assessment of the department by an incoming person would be the best thing to do.
So do we want to talk specifically about one recommendation on project manager, from project coordinator, project manager this time, or is it just okay?
We can. I think it would be helpful for the courts.
And I know you haven't done your final formulation on it, correct?
I have not.
But this would give the court a little bit of a heads up, and this won't take but a little bit, but I want to go into executive session under 551.074 of the government code, primarily pertaining to personnel matters. So, and I'd like to have Dustin and Anna, and I think Auditor, it's okay for Francis, you and me to stay here as well. And then, yeah, everybody else step out. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay. We're out of executive session. Back in regular session, it's 2:43. All right.
And I got a question for you.
Sure.
On the IT positions, do you know which, similar to the other department that we just looked at, not elections, I can't remember, but how long these positions have been vacant, or are these all vacant? Sheriff's office, similar to what the sheriff's office is trying to do. Are we raising the salary to recruit? How long have these been vacant? Are we doing that same thing that we listened to yesterday?
I am trying to, I know the system analyst is one of those that's been vacant for quite a while, and that's the reason behind that. And then the two positions that I was recommending the adjustment, the request for the adjustments, one of them is not vacant, and I'm sorry, the other one just got filled, right, Lisa? That one's not vacant anymore?
So our network technician is filled. We have, this person's been there about a year, so that's good. We have 2 tier 2s for the desktop team that are vacant, plus the systems analyst, which has been vacant since we opened the position for the first time. It's never been filled.
Okay, so 1414 is filled.
Right.
Okay, 1236 is vacant.
No, that is filled. We did an internal promotion.
Okay.
So I have, it's 213 and 216, or possibly 1194. One of them is filled and 2 are vacant.
I don't have that on my sheet. Okay, I see 1412, the systems analyst is vacant. 1236 is filled. And 1418, that's filled?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so those increases are not for recruitment.
No, they're for the comp ratio.
Retention.
The low comp ratio.
Oh, to go from, so we want to take them from 0.89 and 0.91 to the 0.99?
Right.
Okay.
0.99 would be the ending, and I think they're both 0.91. I'm not sure if I have a misprint on that or not.
Okay.
And my thought behind that is I hope to promote, for our staff that we've invested so much in, to, keep them here, to retain them, their institutional knowledge. And so we want to be competitive. Otherwise, we risk losing them, to other opportunities in our area.
Sounds like a common theme this year. Not saying it's not happening, Lisa, it's just we're seeing this all over the place.
Yeah, I understand. We are seeing it all over, but it is definitely happening in my environment as well. And it is causing a real burden on the team that I have. People, it's difficult to take vacation because we have so many commitments. I have people, some I have to watch and make sure they don't lose vacation time. We're working around each other's schedule. I only have 2 desktop members to use as primary on call, so they're literally changing that every 2 weeks. I have a systems layer for things that need to be escalated. So it's hard on that team. I mean, honestly, I would like to raise the salary higher if I could to encourage applicants, but just trying to fall in line with, HR, trying to keep things at a maximum of 1.0 for anything raised is what my target was.
Okay.
But
Lisa,
go ahead.
So you said there's a person in the desktop specialist position, but you all are reducing that salary.
So in the tier 3, that 1236 that you're looking at, that salary was well over midpoint. That was left over from a transition, my original transition. That I think, I can't remember what position it was previously before we created a tier 3 that took on, additional duties, regarding assessments and managing, having that overview alongside the desktop manager. They do that in tandem. So the leftover salary was left on that position, but it is well over midpoint. So what my goal was to bring it back, and the person in that position, their salary they're earning right now will not be impacted. They are not at full pay. They're newly promoted. So it still gives them opportunity for merit raises, but it also brings it back in line, as the court was speaking to, when these positions that are kind of out of whack, when the people change out of those positions, it gives us that opportunity to bring them back in line and then use the funds that are given back. I can use that towards the other changes I'm trying to make.
Okay, okay, thanks.
And thanks for doing that, Lisa. That's
Yes, sir.
that's what it's intended
I'm
for.
trying to look for those opportunities.
We appreciate that very much. Okay.
I think if we're ready, I can move on to the jail request.
What page is that?
This is just for the fiscal year 23, what they're requesting.
Are we through with the first page?
I'd be on the not recommended slide there that you have.
Well, are you finished with the recommended page?
Let me see what department. It's because we're going by department, sorry. So I don't know.
Oh, okay. I was checking off everything on my page here.
There's one more that I would recommend, but the next two groups are on the not recommended page that you're referencing.
Okay, so where are you moving to next now?
The jail
The jail.
For the 23 budget.
for FY23, they have a request to reclassify 2 jailer positions to jailer corporal positions.
Okay.
And that replaced 2 corporals that were there, or is this additional corporal?
So it's,
I forgot.
the 2 positions are currently jailers. They have a jailer in each of these positions, and they want to have that person or those individuals function as jailer corporal positions. So it wouldn't be an additional position or additional positions. It's just reclassifying the current jailer position.
Yeah, okay, good.
So David did touch on this during his presentation yesterday. And so they did provide a long list of the functions that they were performing in these roles, but much of those functions were related to bonds, and in previous years, there was a booking and bond division at the jail, and those positions were all reclassified as jailer positions. And so it almost seemed like we're reverting back to
Right.
that civilian type position, which at that point in time, when they were civilian positions, they were in the B6 pay grade. And now, which isn't, because I don't have data to support a jailer corporal reclassification based on now that if they do have combined bond duties plus jailer, if they are performing a percentage of jailer duties, which I don't have an exact percentage of jailer duties being performed. That's a question I have out to David, but I'm waiting on a response for.
Will they have supervisory responsibilities if they're?
That's one of my questions.
Okay.
So in the initial long list of tasks that they provided in their summary for the request, they didn't mention supervising other personnel. I clarified, I asked the question, is this going to be a civilian position now with the function, because no jailer custody and care functions were mentioned. They did come back with kind of a revised description that included care and custody, and then also supervision of personnel, which wasn't in the first one. So I'm waiting for that confirmation. Are these positions in fact supervising personnel as HR would consider supervision? So I'm waiting for that detail. And again, the percentage of time they're actually performing jailer functions, because I think those two are needed to first maintain its jailer classification and to ensure it's not a civilian position. And then also the corporal position typically is supposed to be a more lead type role. So I think that if I get those two questions answered, I can determine, but I don't have that. Without that, I wouldn't be able to recommend these changes.
Okay. Next.
So you're not saying no, you just say you need more
Well,
data?
she needs more information.
More info.
So I guess, Anna, you'll come back to us, right, and give us a,
I can, if I get no response, I will
Yeah.
say I didn't get any
That-
answers back.
I bet you get one.
Okay.
But a no response is means they don't have an answer.
So the next I have are our JP courts. We have 3 precincts that submitted requests for increases to JP court clerk positions. They're all at or above a 1 compensation ratio. So I'm not recommending adjustments for any of these JP court clerks. And I don't know if it was 2020 or 2019, they were recently all adjusted for parity
Right.
as well.
And so you might brief course on the reason for the request that came out, something changed, and so that was the reason, is that correct? Wasn't it the additional, because of the statute change, what?
Those are placeholders that we put in there, and I don't think anybody exercised that other than Judge Richardson. We went ahead and let him fill his because he was carrying the lion's share of the administration.
Weekends.
They have additional duties doing magistration, right? That they have to fill out those,
Well, but the jail, right now, the jail's doing that. So you're talking about Senate Bill 6?
Yeah, 6.
Right, so the SO is providing, the staff right now provides all that, has the information waiting. Was my understanding.
2, 3, 4, 5, you talking about 7 JPs, clerks? Is that, did I count right, Anna?
I believe so.
2, 3.
Yes, sir. It's a total of 7 requests for 7 positions.
Okay.
Much of the reasoning that the departments provided for these, one was performance, and then the other was workload or larger workload.
That's what I was getting at.
And so,
So that's the data-driven thing. So were you able to look at that about in regards to workload and how does it change?
I was able to. And so, similar to other judicial offices, pulling that OCA data, see a 5-year trend, and there's actually a decline in cases added to JP offices over the past 5 years. So I didn't delve deeper into the workload. I just presented that information to all the JPs submitting requests, asking, is this a good reflection, or is there something I'm missing, and did not get any. I got responses, but nothing contradicting the information, I guess is how to say that.
And I see one that says larger workload and bilingual. That bilingual should be, that's separate from this, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right, I'll go back and confirm to be sure they're receiving
Okay.
the bilingual program stipend, because that would be how we would want to address that preferred skill that is listed in their job description.
Okay.
So next, we have one more, and then we can jump to position requests, and there aren't many position requests. So the last one here is maintenance of equipment. It's their electronics technician position. And they're requesting an increase of $6,951. Their comp ratio is above a 0.8, but we did consider this as a parity issue. David did bring that up in his presentation. There are 2 electronic technician positions. One of them is paid much higher, and so this requested salary is the salary that the other position is earning, this 51,851. So we're recommending the adjustment, but not up to that amount, because if you can see, the comp ratio for that higher salary is above a 1. It's 1.1. And so, yes, we should address it to try to close that gap for parity, but again, we're weighing that balance of maintaining salaries within a range and also trying to better parity. And so we're recommending an increase up to that 1 ratio. So that would be a salary of $47,594, so still an increase. The court could also decide to bring it up to midpoint as well.
What's midpoint?
So midpoint, 'cause I believe this is, let me stop sharing here.
I guess I just have a hard time understanding how, and I pulled, look at the job titles, descriptions, requirements. I mean, they're just mirror. They're identical. How you end up that far apart if both people started about the same time? How did that happen? How do you get, working side by side, doing the same job, and it's that far out of kilter?
A lot of this was created in past budgets.
Well,
And over the years, let's just be honest, there was train wrecks. At one time, when we first came in here, SO was a train wreck because a position had a certain salary. There was no rhyme or reason to it. It was just that position has this salary. And so you could get a guy leave, they bring the new guy in, and he's automatically making $5,000 more than the guy that's been there 5 years. So there was so much work to be done, and over the years, Jim, we easily could have missed some of this, but it's from previous budgets. Then there was a period of time where you kept the excess salary in your budget, and you
Well, I
got
know-
to award it as you felt.
Yeah, I know we're not gonna
appropriate.
take anything away from someone to make parity, and I understand that.
But it just got way out of hand, and
Yeah,
I think
it's just-
little by little, we've tried to get back to the.
It's a little bothersome to know that 2 people are both working the same amount, working hard, and there's that much difference.
So the
That's my thought.
The midpoint is 50,489 for that pay grade. So that is another option as well.
And that's midpoint. Be closer.
It would be closer to the salary of that other position of 51,851.
851, yeah.
But not as high of a compensation ratio. So
And I could better understand it if it dealt with tenure or something, but when they both started about the same time. That's
right,
just
I think they
weird.
have the same amount,
Yeah.
about the same amount of experience.
Yeah, that's just weird.
So those are all of the requests that we've gone through just related to existing positions. We have, now the next tab is actual position requests. So these are actual adds to staff. Let me share my screen again. Okay. So for these position requests, we have, I'm able to click. We have a few that HR is recommending based on need of the function, and then a few that I don't have data to support. So the first is this deputy position. It's an add to staff for this department and the county sheriff, but you can see in the department comment, they're actually going to remove a position from 2411 from the jail. So this position is actually conducting background performing backgrounds on incoming new hires. And
It's the 2,200 over there on the left, 2,200 down where you're actually recommending it, or what you're saying?
right, because of the function it's performing and has been performing in that role. So backgrounds would include checking their criminal background in addition to employment history background, which would involve getting with other law enforcement agencies if there is law enforcement history there. And that really is just, since this person has begun supporting that background role, they're able to get new hires hired faster, which in this environment is critical to be able to place an offer for a new hire to get them out of the applicant pool and onto our payroll
But-
faster than another employer.
Let me ask you, that makes sense in an environment when we're back to getting 6,000 applications a year. We're not getting enough now to fill anything, so we're gonna bring somebody in to do background checks when we're in a period of time where the applications are decreasing at a, at a horrible rate.
Right.
So,
And it's not getting them in. They have been performing the functions as far as I understand from David Ives' explanation. They have been performing in that role for over a year or so. And then the other two individuals performing those same functions are already in deputy roles as well. So that's where
So
we.
what is that, so is it adding a person? Or, I mean, are we moving somebody from the jail to that position? I don't understand.
Correct. That would be the best way to describe it. Moving the position from the jail that's a current jailer position to the county sheriff's division
But
as
then
a deputy.
Is that actually an addition then, if there's?
Normally, I would call it a reclassification, but I think because it's two different divisions, it's more of we're adding this position over here. So there would be an increase, but it's not a full staff increase or an
yeah.
additional benefit package.
But there's only one body.
Right.
But it, so it leaves one more open position at the jail, right?
Well, it said it's position 1366 would no longer be needed.
Right.
Okay. But.
And it has not been performing as a jailer.
They've been doing this work all along.
So the next position is an investigator position, also under the county sheriff. I don't have data to support, but my data is from 2020, and that's just data pulled from Crime in Texas reports from the Department of Public Safety. And that activity is mainly surrounded number of offenses and arrests for our county sheriff's department, and that trend over the past 5 years, but it dates back to 2020 is the most recent data I can pull from there.
I will say this from meeting with them. I was alarmed, and I'm not gonna go into great detail, but we are seeing an impact from what's going on at the border here. And the weapons and the things that they're coming upon, quite honestly, startled me. And if they were requesting another investigator to be a part of that type of effort, I would be in favor of that.
And I think David touched on that a bit during his presentation. I don't necessarily have data to support it, and I did share with David. I understand that there's some sort of more undercover aspect to the need for the position, and also something related to an unfunded mandate related to that. So I just left that to David to justify, which I think he attempted to do yesterday.
So you haven't talked to him in depth about it, about what this person would be doing, you're saying, or?
He did share some of the things that, but I'm not a law enforcement professional, so how much work that requires, I wouldn't be able to speak to, and then some of it is not open record.
So much of that, what those guys doing is not gonna fall under our statistics. when
No,
she
they're
pulls
not.
up. So that's why it would not, she wouldn't see anything that would say, oh, we got a red alert over here, because it's not, it's, We have,
They're,
You may wanna get with David.
I have,
a
yeah,
one-on-one.
and they're doing a lot.
Dark web,
Cause I know why,
dark web and.
we don't need to do it like that.
Right.
I would have an interest in certainly these two positions, or at least one for sure, and hopefully, maybe two, because of what was explained.
Now, yes, but two
I
or
can support
one,
one.
cause I have
It shows
two
two.
corporal investigators, one deputy.
That's out of date. They have, now just have the one
Just the one,
request.
so I can take one
So
off.
okay,
Yes,
I'm out
sorry.
of date.
Yes.
I know.
Okay.
Story of my life.
But I'm like Commissioner Perry, based on what I understand,
Okay.
I'd be in support of that investigative position.
So the next is the 414th District Court. They are requesting, this is a true, well, it's an add to staff, and they want to eliminate their part-time budget or bring their part-time budget to $1 placeholder. Do you know what that part-time budget is at? Sure. Sorry.
So they want to move a part-time to a full-time and then leave a placeholder for part-time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So that's the intent here, because currently they only have one full-time court assistant, the court administrator, in addition to their court reporter.
They who, 414?
The 414th, they only have one court administrator. They don't have a court admin assistant.
CAA?
And that part-time budget's 25,000.
25,000. Okay, thank you, Haley.
Okay.
The OCA data here also doesn't necessarily support it, but Judge Menard was one of the individuals who did get back to me with an attempted explanation, and that's where the kind of the OCA reporting from EDOC was brought up, and so that's kind of up in the air for the year. Also, the 414th judge is now the administrative judge, and so I did ask her if that was going to entail any additional support duties for her office, and I believe she stated yes, but I didn't get details on what those tasks specifically were for somebody. But it is additional work that she's having to manage. So there's that one, and I initially left it blank because I felt like I didn't have data, but and I think I still don't, and so I'm waiting for that information from IT, from Ms. Froda, to help me out with the OCA information. The next one is the maintenance of buildings. This is an add to staff. We're recommending this custodial position. The requested salary is $35,712, and that's just based on the average amount of custodial positions other counties have is about 13 full-time positions, and TJ has 3 full-time custodial positions.
Do we do contract services with third-party vendor for custodial work?
I believe we do.
So those other counties also?
I do not know the extent of their contracted services for custodial.
That could certainly skew the numbers.
Mhm. It could, if you'd like, I can reach out to them to see what.
Not necessary, no, I just making a comment, so.
That's somewhere we've gone back and forth over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, back and forth over the years, so.
Would this require us then to not use as much third-party vendor?
That's a question, that's a good question, and probably need to direct that to DJ.
Judge, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So this really wouldn't impact our contracted services. Right now, we contract the outlying buildings, which would be the JP offices, and then 2 buildings downtown, which would be IT and the 4D court building. So right now, what we're doing with the lack of inmate support is we're pretty much backfilling custodial positions with technician positions. We do currently have 4 part-time workers that are helping us out in the custodial field, but they are more or less college students, so they will be returning back to their campuses in August. So it was kind of a temporary fix for a long-needed support staff. So no, it really wouldn't help us contract-wise, but it will help us with the overall cleanliness of the facilities.
Well, we'll have additional building as well. Everything
Yes,
goes
and
as
that's
planned.
true.
So, okay, thank you, TJ.
The next department with the position request is IT, requesting an audiovisual technician of $47,228. And the data supporting here would just be, or that we have at hand is the ratio of IT support staff to a county's workforce. And of our 8 comparable counties, our IT staff is third highest, meaning we have the third highest amount of numbers per staff member among the 8 comparable counties. So that's the only kind of data figure that we have to provide to help you in your decision for that. And then the last 2 years.
What was your recommendation? I didn't see it over there.
I didn't have anything there other than it's the third highest.
Okay, I got it.
So we wouldn't be opposed. It sounds like the need is there when explaining the new technology needs for incoming judicial offices or courts.
Any thoughts on that, anyone?
Just how far away are we from actually needing that service?
Yeah, or are we to the point of needing it now, or is that something we want to put in there with a placeholder? And if we decide we need to restructure the office some way, the IT office, to have somebody doing more of that, and they need that assistance, then it's there.
Inflexibility for them.
Flexibility for them bringing somebody.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yes, sir. This is Lisa Fetch again. Yes, I do think we have the need now. As I've been saying, we are shorthanded already. We're relying on people in other roles to cover this support area, which takes them away from their other duties. We've rolled out a number of courts have newly implemented AV technology solutions. We've got, meeting rooms, the magistration. I mean, there's multiple places, the elections. We've got a wide variety of departments that are already dependent on this kind of support, and we don't have anybody dedicated to that. We're having to divide among the staff that we have. I don't see this need going away. I actually see it growing, and I think the next director would have that opportunity to evolve from this, but the need currently exists.
I just didn't say anywhere in here any of that information, so I apologize. I'm not trying to sound negative.
No.
I don't.
No,
see
I
it.
understand the questions.
I'm always amazed when we have someone sitting in front of us and they go, this is how we need this department to look to be efficient. And then they exit and somebody new comes in and goes, no, that's just totally wrong. That is not how this department needs to look. And they give us a whole new, different vision. So when we're saying we're having a hard time getting technical people to even apply, let alone to hire them, and then we know we're in a transition, I don't know. I'm kind of like Commissioner Smith, maybe $1 placeholder, because there's so many variables with it. I don't know. Like I said, it happens every time.
Well, and not having seen, at least I hear what you're saying is, no, we need it right now, but I don't know what that need is. I don't know, is Tim's hair seems to be holding in fairly well, so I think for the.
He does,
But,
he.
maybe if there was some kind of a list of things that are going on that, hey, Tim's having to keep up with all of this.
I can get you that. I've actually provided that to HR. I am happy to share.
I'll shoot it to you. Appreciate that.
I'd like to see it.
So Tim should have came in disheveled today, is what Commissioner Perry is saying.
We are happy to share that information. Yes, sir.
So if we post it,
We'll see what we get.
oh no.
Okay.
So the last two are part-time positions. A request to fund part-time position. One is for Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Place 1. And they're requesting a budget of $15,600 for a part-time support staff. And this I do have activity data for. All Justice of the Peaces have that decline in cases added. But of the precincts of the county, Place 1 did have the most in cases added. But their staffing is comparable with other courts. So this is where I feel a part-time request would be a fair thing to ask for and to recommend. The 74th District Court is requesting a part-time funding as well in the amount of $19,500, but they're losing, or a full-time position is being moved from their department to support the new 474th Court. So this is to supplement that hole left behind by that position, which is why we would recommend it as well.
So in regards to that JP position, I guess what you're basing this off of is the decrease in activity over the last 5 years.
In my recommendation?
Right.
Right.
Because you're seeing it went from around 17,000 to just under 10.
For cases added?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So Precinct 1, Place 1 initially came forward wanting a full-time position. But given that information, we kind of walked through that data. And so thought part-time, let's see what a part-time position would do to workload. Because the workload is there's a large workload at Place 1 based on cases added.
What would that 15.6 give them hours wise, or are we talking about 20 hours a week? What does 10 hours, what does that pay for? How much extra help does that give them?
20 hours per week,
20 hours per week times
52 weeks,
times 52 would give you, and so then.
at $15 per hour.
So then when you add the other full-time clerk with that and their 20 hours and divide that into their caseload, how does that translate then to their workload versus the other JP's workload divided by one person?
I lost you there, sir.
Okay, I think I lost myself.
I think what he's trying to get at, let me see if I can help you on this, is when you take an average workload in the JP offices, you're gonna bring in a part-time employee when they're all staffed the same. Are you trying to get to how many cases per employee?
Right, yeah, exactly.
Right, and so why would this part-time, and if the others can do it with 3, why does this need 3.5?
That's what I'm saying. This precinct in particular has higher cases added than
They do,
the
okay.
than the other.
Right, but when you
sorry.
add the 20 hours in to what they currently have and divide by the cases that come into them, what is the ratio of cases per clerk versus the others' cases per clerk?
I guess what the
Workload.
Equal number of
What
touches.
that
Is there an
investment
equal
will result
workload,
in.
or does that skew it way out?
I don't know. I don't have that calculation off the top of my head
Can't
prepared.
believe that.
I know.
Okay.
It's making an accommodation, but it might not be exactly,
Right.
but
I think it's a starting point. Again, I think monitoring the workload following this and see what result there is, and was there an increases, because I think a different figure has to be looked at altogether for the results of the ad, because all of the data I provided is based on cases added throughout the year, and so what that determination is going to probably be based on is cases disposed. And was there a difference there following an addition of a part-time staff? Which we can monitor moving forward to see what the result
Okay.
was.
Okay.
They're both busy. 1-1 and 1-2 carry the brunt.
They do.
So for, those are the requests, both new positions and position changes to existing. I wanted to go through just a brief overview of positions changing to different departments. That's not going to be included in what I've provided to you previously. It's just up on the screen here, but there's not that much data here, so I can actually make this bigger.
Thank you.
So you guys can see it. So these positions here and these titles, this is their current location. The probate court coordinator is currently under the Department Mental Health Court Services, and we can move that to the county judge's office, and same for the hourly position that's currently classified under the telephone department, moving that to the county judge's office as well. And then we still have to be determined kind of the final place for the positions, if reclassified, for the county courts at law, so that they're evenly distributed and they each have 2 support staff in each of the courts. And then the other position or department change is that one full-time position I mentioned being moved from the 74th to the 470, and to support the new court, the 474th District Court.
So you're physically moving the probate court coordinator and the hourly clerical over to the county judge's office?
Correct. It was.
What, are you moving him out then? Where are you putting him?
I don't know if there's any room now.
Mobile.
Give you a cart with wheels on it, I guess.
Yeah, actually, it's a mental health coordinator that, since we established the mental health court, it would be better fitted there because.
I agree, but I just, do you have a place to put them?
Yeah, and so we don't have a place. This is a move from departmental, this department move, the physical location's the same.
Oh, okay.
She's in an office, she has to be in an office that is, that other people aren't in there because there's discussions that are private.
Sure.
With folks that have mental health questions or how to get through the process. So it's just really transferring at the budget out of under my budget into Judge Hodges' budget.
And on that telephone department, the clerk, the hourly, that position also, already was answering to your office, so they'll be moved budget-wise. But in the telephone department, the personnel was our switchboard operator. The operating is actually the administration and maintenance of our actual telephone system. So we've moved the operating part to the IT department since they oversee that. So it's 2 pieces that just needed to be in the right places.
Okay.
So,
Right.
We've tried to clean some of that up.
Phones used to be phones, but now they're computer systems.
Plug that thing in anymore.
So that's it for department changes, and then also, I had mentioned this, I wanted to update our hourly rate.
Oh, so that's in there.
Yes, I'm recommending that we bring, I know we did this last year for ensuring all our full-time positions were at $15 or above, and now I'm just moving that over to our part-time positions, and bringing that minimum up to the $15 per hour, and slightly higher for a position that requires licensing. So there you could see that example is law enforcement hourly rate for precinct 4 up to 20. I wanted, I just didn't have time to do that. I'm sorry, let me make this bigger. I wanted to get with Frances and get her help to see what of these changes would result in a need for additional budget for those offices on this list that are actually using a full budget of this part-time position.
What the financial impact is?
Exactly. Because if somebody is using most of their budgeted amount and we're now giving the opportunity for a max rate, not that the official, would decide to immediately bump them to this position, but if they did, what would that mean for their part-time budget needs?
What is PTIP?
Trial intervention.
PTIP
Pretrial intervention
program
program.
out
Okay.
of the district attorney's office. And speaking of part-time, I also wanted to make a correction. I provided the quarter report related to vacancies and vacant positions that have been vacant for more than a year. I actually included part-time positions in that, and I really shouldn't have, because their part-time budget is a shared budget, and it could have multiple positions pulling funds from that budget. So that really wasn't an accurate reflection of that vacant positions for more than a year. I should have just included full-time positions. So I think Chrissy, she's not in here, is she?
She had to leave.
Okay.
So-
Chrissy helped point that out to me. So
So
you let her know.
So are you going to furnish us with another list that actually has positions that the money was never spent? Because the position is, full-time position is open and has been open for longer than, 1 year? What will you give us longer? Will you give us the length of time it's been?
Yes, I can. I'll provide that with just the full-time report, and I'll update that list to kind of filter off the part-timers so you
So
can
basically,
just
that other list can just go away?
Yes, and I'll email that, that list to
So-
you. I just wanted to share that was inaccurate.
So you're gonna give a list of all open positions and how long they've been open, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then by department, in other words, the obvious one is jail. And then we can stratify that to how many are a year or less, and how many are a year or more, and how many are 2 years or more, 3 years or more, like that,
You want an increment, okay.
yeah. You know,
I think it'd be beneficial to see it.
there might be some value in that these open positions just aren't used as a,
I think we need to take seriously the fact that they're there for a reason, but also I think they could be managed differently.
yeah, that's right.
Than how we're managing them right now.
Yeah.
With regards to funding.
That is the main points of the individual request or individual position items I wanted to discuss. I'm not sure now, just depending on where Francis wants to go from here, if we wanted to touch back on the SO summary and go from there, or where the court would like to go next.
I have one thing before we move to that or anything different. So, she's presented the list of the requested increases, changes, as well as new positions. And of course, we don't need a end-all answer today, but just based on that, just so we have something just to play with and kind of plug in figures, on those, oh, perfect. Do you want to share yours? If on those personal, on the increases, she had notated if it was recommended or not recommended. I know there was a couple things you had asked for some additional info. But I mean, are we on the right track that we're gonna take those recommended and plug those in just for discussion points and move those not recommended ones out at this time? Just to kind of get a feeling for
We
what
have
it's
to have a
costing.
starting point.
Yes, so that's what I just,
Yeah.
I want to make sure that was your feeling
Yeah.
here and
Yeah.
following that. And so then on the new personnel, it sounded like there was some consensus on that, there, you could all see the need there for those. So this just shows the cost of of those, if that's the way it ended. So you'll see that bottom line there of $364,545, right?
Yeah, so this just includes the ones she recommended and ones that were pending pending more information. It does not include the ones that she had noted not recommended. But I can go back and put
Yeah,
those.
that's fine, leave them out.
And we just plugged, just because it's what you had thrown around today, that COLA number, that 11%, we can put that to whatever. It was just to let you know what that would look like, end result when it was spread throughout the budget.
I would say that if those that not recommended bring you additional information that convinces you that your recommendation is, it will change, we need to know that.
Okay.
If they come forward with it, and with sufficient information that you're satisfied, then I think that's something you could share with us.
Or ultimately, the court satisfied.
And then the ones that are approved, because we said a lot. So I don't know what you guys heard us say that, so we could see a printed out
For sure.
line position instead of just the bulk positions and the.
Right, because there was like a position ad that I
Right, there was-
did not recommend, but I think the consensus
But then there was one you recommended that I wasn't real sure about.
Okay.
We'll clean
Yes,
those things up.
yes.
See what's in there and what's not in
Yes.
there in the
This-
total.
Yeah, this will just help us see that big picture at the end of the day, just, and then we'll go through and clean up all those things that
Thank you, Francis.
there was uncertainty about.
Mhm.
Okay, sorry, so go on ahead.
Okay. No, thank you. I mean, the only other thing that I can think of discussing, and I'm not sure since it's an FY23 budget session, if we can go over the jail's current request for the current fiscal year, if that's applicable, or if that's just something
Say it again,
that we
I'm sorry.
wait until the next court session.
What was that? What'd you say?
The jail's outstanding fiscal year 22 request.
Okay.
Or if we just have to hold off on that since this is more of a budget.
Can we legally do that?
I'm waiting to see Dustin's head move.
We're
I-
considering 2023.
Right.
I think since it could impact, I mean, the decision hasn't been made if you were to do it this year or October 1, I think we could discuss it generally, knowing that it will impact the FY23 budget, and we just can't take any action on it.
Okay.
I'm asking if we can now. I'm asking if you would like to.
What's the pleasure?
We're just throwing out opinions, correct?
Right.
Obviously a problem, obviously something needs to be done to address it. What I heard them compare themselves to a lot and saying we're losing to juvenile, then I think maybe we look at leveling the playing field with them in juvenile. And I could be, I could go there first.
Anna, could you, the numbers they threw out yesterday with juvenile, could you tell us what percent it would take to get the comparable jailer salary to the juvenile salary? Does that make sense? At the comparable level?
So they're asking 10%, so being competitive with juvenile would be less than 10%. Where would it fall?
Where is that?
What
Where
is
is
that?
that?
So that's what I've now pulled up here, sharing my screen. Is that comparison? So the current jailer, and I just filtered just to talk about the jailer base pay. I know they've also requested the increase for corporals, but I think just this is going to give us
You just start.
a good picture, since it is the majority of the position, more than just a large portion of the positions that we're discussing. So the budgeted base salary for jailers is $42,983. Now, most of the discussion, or I think all of the discussion was base pay. And yes, they were comparing to juvenile. Juvenile's new budgeted amount here is 46. The intent of the directors, they communicated this through an email, the starting salary will be 44,000 for an oncoming juvenile supervision officer with a bump at their first year completion. And then at 46, they would cap out. They do not have a step plan. So I think that's an important
They
factor
just,
or
they
difference.
just get COLA?
Right.
So, okay.
So anything addition to this would need to go through approval through the juvenile
The
board.
juvenile board.
Yes, sir. So where, yes, this is the jailer base pay salary, they would also get their step at 3 years, at 5 years, and at 7 years. So I have here the ratios. I just isolated market and county ratios for these two positions because much of our internal markers will be the same for each individual title because there's so many juvenile supervision officers and jailers that make those titles make the same amount, so the internal marker isn't very helpful for us. So I've just isolated the market and the our external markers for salary. So you can see our current, or the new salary for JSOs brings them to a combined ratio for these external markers at a 1.1. So they may be actually pretty competitive now. If we were to bring jailer base pay to that amount, that brings that ratio to a 1.02. And the big difference there is that the county ratio for jailer base pay is 0.99. That's our comparable counties. That's what they're paying. That's their comparison, where the juvenile supervision officers were getting paid well compared to the rest of our county counterparts. And so there I have some ending ratios based on options the court may want to consider. So jailer base pay with that 10% increase alone would bring that ratio, overall ratio, to a 1.05. If we did, say, for instance, that 10% increase plus an additional 5% COLA, it brings them to a 1.1. And again, this is just talking about their base salary, not putting any step on top.
And that's what we've got to look at, base versus base, to me, don't we? So we can go apple, apple. Can we ride that horse a different direction? Percentages? In other words, what percent does it take to get? My math tells me that at the 42,983, which is where they are now, and the juvenile at 46, at a 7% increase, they would be within $9 of juvenile. At a 7.5, that'd be $206 over juvenile, and at 8%, that'd be $421 over juvenile. That's strictly based on their request for 10% and looking at what percent gets them to parity with
Juvenile.
juvenile.
I see, okay.
Knowing that the step is what separates the two. SO gets that, right?
Right.
And there is none at juvenile.
For the corporal, I guess there's none at juvenile. I don't know how the board, if the board looks at those when they determine salaries and so forth, if that's something they'll look back at. But corporal, pretty much the same, to get to parity.
And that sounds right, about the 7%. Commissioner Smith always makes me do public math. But just to help make that decision, I compile this and I can email this along with that vacancy report, updated vacancy report. But I didn't know if the court would like to see anything in addition to this to help make.
But I agree with what Commissioner Perry said. We gotta do something to fill the spots. We're in a situation where we certainly never want to get out of compliance, so. And the idea of somebody working 120 hours over a 2-week period is just almost appalling to me.
Working 3 weeks in 2.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right, yeah. Getting called in on the weekend over and over again.
So, but I think that's a starting point for discussion.
Okay. Something that was, or that is related to fiscal year 23, I think, is their request for sign-on bonuses? Or not, a sign-on bonus tied to training and then to a 1-year. But I think you already gave the court kind of what the estimated cost for that would be based on a history of new hires.
Yes, and that would be $337,500 estimated for 2023.
The signing bonus piece,
Just the 5,000?
does that go through 2 budget years or 1?
That is just
Under
for
their
that
agreement.
first year, 2023. And again, like she said, it was, just looking at average
How do
new
you-
hires
how do
over the
you- How
last
do you
years.
figure that? I mean, is that based on the estimate that they'll fill all, how many positions did they have?
53. 53.
They were gonna give us back 20,
Well, there were 93, they're gonna give us 40.
40, okay.
Well, they're wanting to take the 40 and use them to compensate
Right.
jailers and corporals, and then 53 were still left over.
So,
after you take-
so that's based on filling all 53?
Well, it's just based on average new hires because they're gonna have turnover in the ones that are currently filled now. It's just based on an average new hire because it's gonna be any new hires are
So,
going to
so
get
that
that in the
number
jail,
was how
not just
much?
337,500,
So,
337.
so if you divide $337,500 by 5,000, how many new hires does that give you
It is.
in that public math?
1 second, sorry. I just had it up and I closed it.
I've got my little handy dandy calculator here if y'all.
I was trying to see what the average was for.
And
That's
look,
67 and a half.
67 and a half
They're gonna hire 67 and a half people?
in the next
That's the
5 years,
average over
hopefully.
the last 6 to, I think it was 6 years.
That's what we've averaged hiring
Per year.
Per year.
per year in the jail?
It's just an estimate, it's just.
And still stay that far
Wanna do
behind.
it.
Still stay that far behind?
Right, and that's due to the turnover, so it's just replacing
yeah.
exiting employees. But if the court doesn't need anything else related to that request, just to help with that decision, that's all I have for the day.
You know, and we plugged all this in and we're talking about the 5,000 and the 7%, 8%, 10%, whatever. Again, till I see what the revenue side, till I see where we're gonna be.
Well, we can, and that's where we
I don't
can
wanna
go
make
to.
any hard, fast decisions till I know what the other side looks like. The other side of the ledger.
Yes, sir.
That's just me.
So, yeah, we'll take these things and we can plug those in quickly. And we can show you exactly where you would end up. Just that you've given us a little bit of information today on where you want to go. So that's up to y'all if y'all want to move there, if you want to, I don't know what your thoughts are on, meeting time today or even tomorrow.
Sorry, before you
No,
get
no,
into
please
that,
go ahead.
I'm just now remembering a piece that I wanted to share. Someone texted me another option for distributing the payout for COLA. And I know there was kind of some back and forth on the best, method and addressing the lower paid employees. And so the idea is having a minimum payout and then anything above that
Yes.
for the corresponding salary, having that associated by percentage and not a flat payout. I discussed it with the team, and I have actually, one of our specialists worked at a community college that had a payout, an incentive payout similar to that. And so she's requested the policy for that so we can see more of the mechanics, because they had it in tiers up to a particular percentage, at which point they get their percentage.
So in other words, it'd be 5.5, let's just use that, 5.5% based on your salary with a minimum of this much being paid, so that if anybody fell below that, we would guarantee up to that level.
Correct. So the complication there, or the thing to consider there, is that would be more of an amount, that would amount to a larger budget needed for the payout. Because now that there's a cost associated.
Well, I'd like to see what the difference was. I can't see, because there's some trade-off on the other. I gotta think about that one.
And that's why I wanted that example first from the community college at Central Texas, who has that policy, and I kind of want to map it out well, and so I can then email that to the court to better. I just wanted to know there's another option out there, and I can share that at a later time. That was it. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
So do you want to look kind of at a big picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Haley's she's
Yeah,
gonna
every
roll in.
day, we
These
want to
are-
kind of reset like you've done in the past, kind of.
Today was just so many things we
Yeah.
wanted to let y'all hear before we move there. So, you go take your time. So this is of course, again, similar to what we've looked at earlier this week and what we've looked at in prior years. So again, there we're estimating that beginning fund balance of 72.8 million. So that is, ever changing as information came in, but that's, our best estimate of where we'll end up at September 30th. If you use the no new revenue rate as it is of this point in time, that will be adjusted as well. But because it's the no new revenue rate, I don't think the revenue is not going to change very drastically. And so that number, if you look under the revenue section, that 77.6 million, that would be your current tax revenue coming in for the general fund. We've pieced out what would go to debt service and what would go to permanent improvement. And then other revenues of 47 million. So that gives you total revenues of right under 125 million. So then expenditures, operating expenditures, and capital outlay. So that is what we have been reviewing this week. That is all inclusive. So that's all the requests up to this point. There were 2 adjustments that we made since yesterday. I just want to alert you to. We decreased the amount in there for elections equipment. So Jared had given us some more up-to-date quotes there. So still a big discussion there, but that is loaded in there. We also had some changes to the IT budget, which we haven't got a chance to talk about yet. But
budget?
the IT budget,
Okay,
they made an adjustment to the IT assessments. So that's all in there. So you'll see there then our ending fund balance of 58.8 million. And so then below that line, what we've thrown in there, and these are, rough numbers, there'll have to be a lot of cleanup on those and looking through and more decisions made. But we've got that top number, which is new personnel and personnel increases. That COLA number is the 11%. You've talked about spreading that different ways, but that is the cost of the 11%. That is also consistently, we've added COLA to step pay as well. So that's all rolled up in there. That jailer 10% increase, 1.7 million. That starting sign-on pay bonus, I can't even read it.
Yeah,
337,000. Incentive pay, if that is something that you wanted to add next year, like you have done in prior years, estimate there, that includes juvenile as well. And it also includes the COLA on top of that. Again, there's the decrease of the 40 positions, the jailer positions. So that is all inclusive there, salary and benefits and taxes. So that adds an additional $9 million of expenditures. You'll see in that dark blue. And then that would bring our ending fund balance to $49.8 million, which is 34.1% of our operating expenditures. And our goal is 33%. So you'll see there right underneath there, the target fund balance would be 48 million. So we're pretty close there.
What is our 3-month operating cost, like what auditors recommend? Just that you hold in reserve 3 months, is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
Court recommend.
Yes. We, that's what you adopted as a policy.
Fiscal
Yeah, I
policy.
know we adopted it.
Yes.
Is that close to, we're meeting that with that amount, is what I'm asking?
We've done some research and kind of looked around what other entities, whether they be counties, cities, what are they holding? And I think they're all over the place, but I think ours is very reasonable. I think it's comparable and it's pretty much in the middle there. The Government Finance Officers Association, it aligns with what they recommend as well. So I think that 33% is a very reasonable amount.
Right, but we are meeting what the.
A little over 700,000.
Accounting standards, or what the word is.
Yes. And so I think.
Gap.
that's reasonable.
Yeah, they don't have a standard for reserve, that's what we said.
No, I know, but there
There's
are recommendations
recommendations.
from the examiners and everything that always tell you different things.
It's what a banker would recommend. Got some coverage. Well, let me point out one thing too, kind of go back up. We were getting over our 33% and because we didn't know what the state of Texas was gonna do and these kind of things. But some folks might criticize you for going over your policy. But if we hadn't if we would have not done that, we would not be able to do any of this stuff because we would have already been way under 33%.
Yes, sir.
So then we would have had to make an exception to our policy. And so, and I'm not so sure that we should go to 40% in the future, just because there's gonna be things like this happen. And we can be reactive if we've got the unassigned fund balance. And otherwise, we would just had to, shoulder into it, increase the tax rate on the taxpayers and all that. So this is an opportunity that we can take care of the taxpayers' issues from our standpoint as well as the employees. So, I think everybody get in a circle and pat ourselves on the back, but, we've been very frugal and yet keeping a reserve for keeping our powder dry, so to speak.
And, to add to what you said, looking at 40% or something in the future, I think as we grow, if there's a time when there is an emergency or something we need to provide funds for that we weren't expecting, as we grow, that amount of those emergencies grows.
Yeah.
So, I don't think that's out of line either, looking at that in the future.
And turnover is an emergency. If we have a huge turnover for some reason, then that is an emergency. And you can't, especially when it comes to critical areas, we have to serve the taxpayers. Our job is to have the jail and those things. So, we were able to react.
One other thing I want to note here is, if you look at those two dark blue there, the total revenue and total expenditures, so you can see that total expenditures exceed the total revenues by 14 million. So of course, that means that we're eating into our fund balance by 14 million. So that's something, if next year budget was perfect and we collected exactly that and spent exactly that, everything worked out how we thought, then as the years go on, you wouldn't want to keep eating into your fund balance because then you're dwindling it. So the week after next when we meet again, one of my plans is to kind of show you if we move this forward some years, what do we anticipate our appraised values to grow? What do we expect our sales tax to grow, our expenditures? And you can kind of see how that levels out, and we can look at that. But it's just something I wanted to point out that, we are funding part of that budget with our unassigned fund balance, but it is over our goal, so.
And something we're doing a little different this year that gives me a little bit of concern, and not a bunch, but so much of our increases this year are gonna be perpetual. Where in the past, we plugged in figures that were 1-year expenses, and we saw them back. So that leaves me a little concerned this year, knowing that the majority of the increase is perpetual.
And I hope that
Bit
we
of
look.
bright news, though.
And I hope that when we look at
Thank you for that little
that.
notebook that you gave us. Because if we look at our fund balances, I'm on page 5, the history of our fund balances, it shows that what we budget, you got one.
I got that.
Where is it? I don't have one.
Yes, you did.
Called budget binder.
Oh, from day one?
It's also on the budget workshops drive as well.
I thought it was something you handed out today, and I was waiting.
You had to bring your textbook to class. But no, in all seriousness, on page 5, they do a wonderful job of giving us a history of the fund balances, what we budgeted and what was actual. And like 2017, we budgeted 28%, but it was actually 43%. To give you kind of some ease on the fact that you're right, we're doing things that are gonna, this year, next year, the year after that. In 18, we budgeted 31, but it was 43. In 19, we budgeted 31, but it was 39. In 20, we budgeted 33, but it was 46. And last year, in 21, we budgeted 33, it was 58. So it looks like our expenditures will increase what that fund balance percentage is gonna be. The ending fund balance is gonna be that we're gonna roll over.
Increase?
So-
I mean, our revenues.
Well, that ending fund balance, it's the ending fund balance. It may look like 30, like in 2021, it was 33%, but it was actually 58 when they reconciled everything.
Right, but the only thing I'm saying though, but the expenditures we put up this year, the big ones, they're not going away. They're with us forever now. So,
Primarily personnel.
right, so
Yeah.
that's what worries me is that I don't mind seeing it increase when I know we're putting 2 million towards retirement, TCDRS, and we're paying off any
One-time payout.
short-term debt or any.
Yeah.
We're actually putting it in areas that are gonna hang with us for.
And, and then talking about coming under budget, we budget contingency, we hope to come under budget some, but we're hoping to bring that number that we come under budget down so that, we're not collecting too much revenue for what we don't need. And so, we've brought down a lot last year. This year, we've tried to, again, eat away at those areas that are historically over budget. The 40 positions, those are places that excess budget was sitting. And so, and again, those costs being reoccurring, those costs are also, I know your hope is that those are going to help us spend more by filling more positions. And so, all those things will lower that excess fund balance. And we need to keep a close eye on that, like Judge Perry, Commissioner Perry.
We can also lower our expense side by eliminating those positions that have never been filled that we have funded every year.
Yes. So we're hoping to bridge
there's
that
a wash there.
gap between budget and actual a little bit.
Well, that's why I'm asking for this, stratified from 1 year to 2 years. I feel like if there's a position that's been open for 2 years or more, they should be really considered as a 1 year, put a $1 placeholder. If the department head or elected official, if that's under their purview, they need to explain to us why we really need to hold all of those, and then the court needs to decide if we want to, which ones we account for in the budget fully, like they're going to be fully funded, and which ones we put a $1 placeholder. So we still have a backup plan if they are filled, but don't create a budget, don't over budget on purpose. And so,
I agree.
one other thing, we'll be hearing from Chris Collins too on economic development, and, in fact, I was at a meeting early this morning with a company, and we're getting all kind of calls, and the need to keep our Waco McLennan County Economic Development Corporation funding at a high level is very important, and we can go back in and show you the return that we've done in the past. And so, get tired of me saying this, but I look at economic development as investment, not an expense, because we can show a return.
Do we have those figures loaded in already from the previous year?
It's the prior year, which is
Yes.
$3,250,000.
Correct.
And I think the request is gonna be to add 500,000, city to add 500,000, county to add 500,000. Because we've got like $7 million worth of requests.
Is that something that we want to talk about, given the fact that our return is not as great as the city's is?
Well, as we develop outside the city with McGregor and all that, the table turns, like Robinson and all, and we're doing, where before they didn't have the infrastructure and all that, now they do, so I don't want to talk too quick, but,
Yeah, I know we're also have talked about, just generally speaking, about the need to create something separate from that possibility. And, I mean, I don't know if that's the time if this is the time to do it, we need to wait. But
well, the city has done a extensive study, I don't know that it's complete yet, on how they view economic development, and so not knowing a lot about that.
not knowing what the results are.
Yeah, I don't know how to look at it from our standpoint.
Won't we also finish the year better if we don't have so many transfers out of general between now and the end of the budget year that we request? Just because people have money left in their budget and they want to buy this and that and this and that and this and that. Like those requests that we're getting every session to buy something because there's money left and it's coming out, is that coming out of, I mean, it's coming out of there, but still it's money coming
It's
out.
budgeted.
Yes, and so
It's budgeted, but we look at it, so if we say,
it's
you
your
know,
prerogative.
you need to wait, the court can make that decision.
But, it is, a lot of those departments, their operating budgets are very small. I mean, on the grand
So
scheme
you're
of
not
things.
gonna.
So it's hard for them to budget sometimes to know, hey, my copier died mid-year, or, my chair broke and I need, so a lot of those are related to things that happen that, were kind of out of their control. And so they don't have excess funds in those certain line items to account for those, and they'll ask for the amendments. But like I said, those budget amendments are completely your decision, but you can do budget amendments between any line item within the general fund, within one fund. The budget laws allow that, so that is just at your discretion.
And Commissioner, most of those come out of road and bridge. Most all those purchases.
I've heard that.
Are road and bridge. And so, now you know who to deal with.
There is a good summary in your budget binder on economic development. She went back, I think, 5 years. She goes back to 2013. It's in your budget.
Of what we contributed.
Yes, sir. It's
Yeah, another thing to look at is, it's not totally due to economic development effort, although it's not just what the city and the county put in, but there's how we market our community. And you'll see that the commercial side, or commercial properties and commercial development and industrial development, has grown at a larger dollar amount than the or maybe percentage as the housing has, which means that it's shifting more burden of the tax away from homeowners onto industry. And so that's why you really push for economic development.
Didn't you ask for some numbers at one time to show the impact of economic development in terms of jobs, money put back in, tax? I mean, it seemed like you.
I bet
We'll have part of that.
I was gonna say, I bet that's her presentation.
Yeah, that's what's gonna be Chris Collins'
Okay.
presentation.
And she'll be with us, it's the Thursday, the 21st.
Okay.
And she's scheduled to come in.
So where are we going moving forward from today?
Okay, so, what we didn't clean up today was, the permanent improvement fund, which is not the general fund, of course, it is part of the maintenance and operations. It shouldn't take us very long. But then IT is IT assessments, and they usually, will explain the need for those for next year, and it is larger than it was last year. There also their operating needs, and then there's one, or 2 requests for capital outlay from Constable 1. So those were the other things in the general fund that we really haven't touched on yet. I don't know what your feelings are about tomorrow. We're available if y'all want to meet, of course, and those people are ready to speak.
I thought we were going to. I thought that was on the.
It is, so just making sure that that's still y'all's
Okay,
plan.
Let's get it done.
If we start at 9, what are we starting with?
So I think we'll start with IT first.
IT.
Go through that, and then we can, it doesn't matter the order after, we'll just have Constable 1, their office speak on their, I think it was a vehicle request, and then primarily 2 vehicles, excuse me. And then TJ's gonna talk a little bit about permanent improvement. So we should be able to get through all of that before lunch. I say that.
Oh, I'll hold you to that.
If we don't, we don't.
We will. And so then, again, we can come back to that main schedule if you like to have some more, we can go back and revisit anything, but then, not meeting next week and then coming back that week after. We can kind of recoup. Y'all can give us any direction that, if there's anything you want us to work on next week while we're not meeting, if there's something that, y'all are concerned about or want more information on. But that next week, we'll focus on all of our outside entities, so all of our contracted programs, all those nonprofits, as well as economic development.
So what have you got in that budget number now of those? Just what we did last year?
What they, on the contracted programs, it is what they requested.
Okay.
A majority of them requested what they asked for last year. Some of them had an increase, so we went ahead and plugged those in.
Okay.
Again, just so you could see what they were. But economic development, not just knowing those numbers yet, that those are the same as last year.
Okay, and then, let's see.
Any additional funds to TCDRS, or are you waiting on a decision on that?
So, that's usually our last thing to come up, to kind of swoop in. We'll also have some updated, like the updated no new revenue rate, appraised values also when we come back and meet, so we can look and see where we land and then touch on that and see if that's something that y'all want to
What
look
is
at.
the date to certify 25th?
Yes, that's the date that the
Appraisal
roll
district
is
will certify the
certified.
roll.
And then the tax assessor collector comes in and they have to finalize the calculations. They certify the calculation, the rate
So
calculations.
when will we have a definite number in?
So you have to vote on a proposed tax rate on the 28th, which is on Thursday. For the timeline to fall into
28th
place.
Thursday.
Yes, sir.
And when will they certify the roads to us and us have numbers 20?
The 25th, and that's on
Okay,
Monday?
Monday the 25th.
Got a calendar. Yes, sir.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so, before we recess, is there anything else anyone would have? All right, we will recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.